Hello and welcome to UiPath RPA project. And this is the introduction video about the UiPath RPA project where we will go to different websites and we will download the data. So here I will be explaining you detail about this project and then what all is required to complete this project. First of all, that we will have some data. From that data, we have to loop through each record and we have to perform certain tasks. As you can see right now on your screen, I have mentioned all the steps which we are going to take in this project. First of all, I will give you an introduction about the variables and how is the entire project structure in the upcoming part of this video. And now about the workflows. So the first workflow is main workflow where we will loop on the each record of the Excel. So let me show you the Excel file, and you can have this data in a database or you can have this data into a cloud platform or SFTP anywhere. But this is how the data will come. All right, and it might have more record as per your project requirement. And these are the randomly search records on the different county websites, and only used for the illustration purpose. All right, so what we will do that we will go to all of these records one by one and we will perform all actions for each record. Okay, now the question is what are those all actions? You can come back and you can read here. So how will we navigate to three different counties? We will see the name here, and from here we will take this URL for that particular county, and then we will perform rest of the actions on the county website. And these are those county websites which we have in the scope. All right, so I'll just close this tab. So after going on the website, we have to search for few documents. I will take you to the presentation back. So we have to search for the document. We will create folders with the customer name and timestamp. And we will have three different workflows for each county. And how we will call the workflow, we will understand by the name. So here you can see the name, Orange and Miami and DuPage. And I will take you to the project folder now. Here is the project folder. So I have already created these three counties workflows, which we will be calling inside this read data XML file. So these all will be called inside this, and all the action which we have to perform are available inside these workflows. So I can show you one workflow, for example, in this video. There are already videos which are done in, and the link for the playlist of this project is available in the description. So you can subscribe to the channel, and you can also get the link of this RPA project playlist in the description of this video. Okay, so this is the workflow for this county. So you can see right now on your screen. So I have already recorded entire development process for all three counties, and videos are available in the playlist. You can watch each video and you can practice it. And the first video will be little longer because I have explained everything in detail. Okay, let's go back to the presentation. So once we have developed all the county workflows here till this point, the next is that we have to loop on each record and we have to break the address into house number, street, and other parts which are required. So which are those required part? I will explain in the coming part of this video. And this is how we will connect entire workflow. So the main workflow which is running on the Excel will call county workflows inside it, and it will perform all the actions which are required in the process. So you should know few things which are here. You should know how to install UiPath Studio. So link is available in the description, or you can search in Google UiPath Studio community version. And then you should have some basic programming skills. And then you should understand the UiPath selector and UiPath Explorer, which you can just browse from here. This is UiPath Studio and this is UiPath Explorer. You can learn more about this on UiPath document also. And I am using classic view. So when you will create the project in UiPath from here you can create new project. Okay, and if you want to add workflow file in the same project, then you can go here and you can add workflow files. So I have created only one project and I have added different workflow files. From in the project, if you don't see the layout like this, go in the project, go in the setting, you will have this modern design. Just just turn it off. Okay. These are the few things which you should know about before you start this project. Now let's go back to the presentation. And you should also understand about folder exist, element exist, create folder in UiPath. So these all are the activities in UiPath. So when you will go in the activity panel, you can see activity panel here also. Sometimes it will be here in this side, or you can you can browse through all the activities which I have mentioned. All right, now let's go to the next slide. So this is the schedule of each video you can see on your screen right now. And all of these videos will be available on the mentioned dates. And the link of the playlist will be available in the description of each video, so that you can click on that link and reach on the playlist directly. But if you are starting from this video, you don't have to worry about other parts, because you can start from anywhere. And in the end, the video number 6 is where I will connect all the workflows. So you can start from video number 1, you can start from video number 4, you can start from video number 5. You don't have to worry about the starting point, but watch the complete video together at one time. Okay, so that you understand the entire flow. Otherwise, you have to do some revisions once again. So there is one more thing, like the structure of the website can change anytime, but the basic concept will remain same. So you don't have to worry if you see some other image or if you see some other structure of the website tomorrow, because these are the county website. They have all the rights to change them anytime. But the basic concept will remain same. How to click, how to check the folder, that will remain always same. Only thing is that your click and typing steps will be changed. So there are few notes which I have mentioned here. You can pause the video and have a look on this. And for the better understanding, I will recommend that if you can use two devices, you can play the video into one device and you can learn the project into another device. Okay, now let's go to the next point. So here I have mentioned once again in detail that what all we are going to do. So I will request you to have a look. So I have explained all of these details in the previous slide as well. These are the same detail, but still you can read and understand once again. Pause the video and have a look. So now here I am explaining the entire transaction flow. So first of all, what we will do, that we will read the data from Excel. So these two first and second boxes are covered in the single workflow, which is read Excel. So you will have four different data which is available in Excel. So you will have the address, you will have the URL, you will have the county name, and you will have the owner name as well. So four variables you will be transferring from here to the next sequence. So this is a sequence where we will break the entire address into three different parts, and the total number of the variables becomes 7. If we will send this all the data, and then we will check that what is the county name, and then we will call only that particular county workflow, and rest of the action will be performed, and there will be one output status which will be written by the county workflow. Hope you understood this. So any part which you cannot understand in entire project, you can mention the time and you can mention your question. These are the required variables. So we require these variables before we call the county workflow. So we will have these as a variable in main workflow, which is read Excel, and then in other workflows it will be used as argument, which will take the data or send the data. So these are a few points which I have mentioned about the length of the videos. So all the videos in this project will be more than 1 hour, and less than 1 hour 15 minutes. So video timing is very long because I explain everything in detail, and then I cover up few things in the first video, I cover up few things in the second video, I cover up few things in the third video, and there might be few corrections also which will come in the end, or which will come into different videos. So please watch complete video whenever you start and complete this project. Share the feedback in the comments. And if you want to understand anything, or if you want to suggest me more project, you can give me your suggestions. Subscribe to the channel, like my videos, share my channel link to others. That will really help me. Thanks a lot. Let's start and complete this project in this month. So I am taking you once again back on the schedule. So this is the schedule for your reference once again. So this is the schedule once again for your reference. See you in the next video. Welcome to another video of RPA Project 1. So for your quick introduction, you can see right now on your screen that what all we are going to cover in this project. And if you want to understand in detail, you have to watch my another video, which I have already done, and link is available in the description. This is our project structure, which we are going to do. So this is the schedule of each video you can see on your screen right now. And all of these videos will be available on the mentioned dates. And the link of the playlist will be available in the description of each video so that you can click on that link and reach on the playlist directly. But if you are starting from this video, you don't have to worry about other parts because you can start from anywhere. And in the end, the video number 6 is where I will connect all the workflows. So you can start from video number 1, you can start from video number 4, you can start from video number 5. You don't have to worry about the starting point, but watch the complete video together at one time. Okay, so that you understand the entire flow. Otherwise, you have to do some revisions once again. So there is one more thing like the structure of the website can change anytime, but the basic concept will remain same. So you don't have to worry if you see some other image or if you see some other structure of the website tomorrow, because these are the county website. They have all the rights to change them anytime. But the basic concept will remain same. How to click, how to check the folder, that will remain always same. Only thing is that your click and typing steps will be changed. And now today we are starting to develop county workflows. So today we will develop the automation workflow for DuPage County. Okay, we are working on three different counties. So first we will develop for DuPage. After that we will develop for Miami, and then after that we will develop automation workflow for Orange County. So three different counties we have considered into this project. All right. As you can see right now on your screen, there are five input parameters which are required and common into these all counties. And the last one is the output parameter. All right. So when we will create these workflows, these will be variables initially, and then later on, when we will connect entire project together, then these variables will become input arguments. And other than these input arguments, there will be certain variables which are required for particular county. So those will not be the common parameters, but yes, inside we have to use those variables to perform different kind of actions because the structure of all three counties is different. There is one more thing before I go ahead and I start the development. You can see all these steps, and you can see these steps like this is the entire project workflow as I have just explained. And then this slide I have just explained that we need these five arguments. But this first development workflow will be slow. Why it will be slow? Because I will be starting and I will be telling you many things which will not be repeated into coming workflows. Like shortcuts of UiPath, which will enable the faster development of the workflows. You will learn in this. I might not be repeating them again and again in coming videos. And then right approach that how to rename the activities and then how to put annotation and how to use comments, which are the best practices when we do development, and multiple ways to do same action. So we will repeat actions. So I will explain you that how to do that multiple ways, and then how to design a proper workflow, which is explaining the process direction properly. And then if I have one sequence which have, let's say, five actions, and out of those three actions are getting repeated, then how to reuse that same sequence once again. So these are the reasons that this workflow will be little longer. Let's start. I will quickly start my UiPath Studio. Okay, let's create a new project. right? And let's choose our desired location. So here RPA projects we are using. Select this folder, and then you have to give a name to this process. Title, search. For better control on naming convention, I always use underscore. This is UI path. This so this we are creating the project. UiPath can take some time to create project settings. So here is our project file which is ready. Now let's go to the folder and see. So the folder is created and you have all the files available. So what I will do is I will just rename this file to the county name. I will explain you later that why we required county workflow file with the particular names. All right. Now let's open this file. You can change the name here also. Package. Now first of all we will drag a flowchart here. So Control Shift T is the shortcut to get all the activities. Otherwise, you can take activities from here also. So you will type flowchart, but I will recommend that you use shortcuts most of the time. So Control Shift T is the shortcut to get activities list. And now in this flowchart. So we have the flowchart here, and this is always a good practice to keep renaming your activities for better control on the project. Function F2 is the shortcut key, and then you can change flow to page, right? Then open this flowchart and let's minimize this activity panel. Minimize this panel also, properties. You have all the panels access here. Whenever you want, you can click and you can see. Now let's increase the width of our canvas. You have this available, and I always start from the corner. Refer back to the presentation. Let's create these variables first of all. House num, owner name, house number, street name, pin code, URL. So I am creating this with in because later on we will require to convert these into parameters. So that's why I am adding this in. And then we have IN zip code. So let me do a small correction. And then finally we need URL. Now first of all we have to open the county URL. So activity for that is open browser. Okay. And now we have to pass the URL here. So since we have the variable URL, so we will use same variable here. IN URL. All right. And then you can hit this plus sign also to get the list of activities. But I will use again the shortcut Control Shift key. And then there is an activity called maximize window. So I'll be using that activity inside the open browser activity to maximize the browser window when it is open. All right, so let me show you the data now. So we have data into this county data file. So I will copy this or I will cut from here and I will paste inside the project folder itself. so that we can access the file without any long path. So this is just a random data collection. I have typed some address and I have got some data. I am using the same data here. So what we will do is that we will just assign these values as default values to the variables which are there. I have already explained about this sheet in my previous video, so you can just watch the video and understand what is this sheet and how it will work. So let's assign the default values. So just for the individual county development, we are using these default values. But when we will combine entire project end to end, these default values will come from Excel. So this is the house number or Mr. John Gary. You will understand end to end, and this is the, let's consider only this part as the street address, and then zip code is this. Now we have county URL. So you don't see county URL in this sheet. But county URL is available with county name. So you focus on this name. In project, we will be doing lookup in terms of Excel, or we will be searching the URL for this particular county, which is available into this sheet. So you have this UPage county URL here at this point of time. So URL can change any time, but the concept will remain same. So we have the URL. So we have value for all the variables now, default variables. Okay. Okay, we have already passed the URL. So let's try and test this part. Before that, let me change the, and before that, let's go to the properties. So you just click on this and then go to properties, and you can choose the browser type. Here I am choosing Chrome, and ensure that the Chrome extension is available. How to add the extension? You can go home and tools. From here you can add the extension if it is not there in your Chrome browser. All right, let's run this flow now. So process is completed successfully. You can see that a browser is opened. All right. So now next point is that we have to type the address. So you have this search page here. So now next point is that we have to type address. So we have to type number here, and then we have to type street address here. So street number here is the house number. Okay. So for that, let's try to do the web recording. Type some data here, and you just type anything as of now, and click on this empty field, which will remove the already existing data if it is there. After empty field, you come here this side, and then you, after clicking back on this, then you have to hit enter. Next, you can type street address. Click on this, it will automatically prompt this window. You can just type test data, click on the empty field, and then click back here, hit enter. That's it. We need this much. Now you can come out of the recording by using escape and then save. So you have this recording. Let's name this recording. Function F2 is the shortcut key. Name the recording as type press details. Set this as the start node because when we are doing development, we have to test each recording. That is the best practice. We should not be starting the workflow again because we have already tested this part and it has already opened this URL. Now this URL is already open. We can make this as a start node and then we can run this workflow once again. And then we can, before that, let's use our variables also. So here we will use IN house number. And if you want, just change this to house number so that if error is coming, you can directly reach on that particular activity that where this error has occurred. Then you can just do function F to rename, type, street name. And before we go ahead, I would like to tell you one more very important step in UiPath that if you want to see all the variable names, let me delete this name and then you can press space. You will see all the variables which are available for that particular. So as of now, okay, so you can see IN, JIP and everything. All right. So this is the one which we are using. You can select, click on this, so it will come. All right. Now let's run this. So we have already set that as a start node. You can see that arrow key is directly connected with it. And now I will run this file. Let's see. Yes, you can see that address is typed successful. Okay, as per our variable values. So where are our variable values? So you see the variable house number is this and the street name is this and same is typed by the bot. Alright. So since this is not coming on the screen and everything is happening in background because we are using recording. So if you want to see everything on the top, then you can just do one small change. You just have to go select this activity, go into properties, click before typing. You can just make it true. Okay. So sometimes click before typing works very well because few elements will not be activated without click. So I'll just run this again. All right. Just type. Since this is the first video, so I would like to explain everything in detail. So once we have created one recording, it is always a good practice to check the generated selectors. So you have to, okay. So what we will do is just we will rename this panel also. So this is the attached browser window. I have explained all the windows, all the type of windows and all the type of recordings into different video. Here we will just rename this. Now what we have to do is we have to check selectors and we have to validate them. So properties, you have it here. All right. So you see there is nothing looks to be changed in future also, and you can just validate it. And if you want to highlight anything, so highlight also you can use. So see when you will do highlight, you see this red circle just next to my cursor. So this is highlighting entire window of this particular website. All right. So nothing seems to be changed. We will not touch this selector. Now we will come inside this activity. We will, and then we will go again back to properties, and we will check the selectors. And I will not be repeating these all parts in my upcoming videos of county development. So you have to watch this complete video so that you understand everything in detail. Okay, so we can check the selector here. So if you feel like it will be changed sometime, you can change it. You can put like a star here and then you can validate once again. This is how you can check all the. Now let me go back and let's move to the next part. So we have opened the address now. So what we will do is next we have to click on search. So I will take it click activity, not I will not be doing the recording for this one. I will go here, activities, click it here. Okay, I will go on screen, indicate on the screen, and I will click on this search button. Then I have to rename this. Click on search button. And if you want to check that if the selector has come properly or not, you have to go back to properties and you can go then check. You can validate and you can click on highlight. So when you click on highlight, let's click on highlight. When you click highlight, you see the button is highlighted. Open this. So this button is highlighted. And alright, so this is how you use these selector properties. Okay, there is another way to get the selectors, which is UiPath Explorer. I have done a separate video. You can watch that video and understand how to use UiPath Explorer to create the selectors. Right? Let me explain how to use it. Okay, now I will click on that particular button. So it will show me the selector. And let's say if you want to add something else to ensure that the selector is properly working and you want to add some other attributes, HTML attributes out of this. Okay, so you can use like this. So I will just take this one now just for the illustration. It is not required though, but yes, I can take and then you can just copy this. Okay, and then I will do validate. Yes, selector is available on the page right now. And if you want to recheck, you can highlight. Okay, so if you have to add some other part of that particular element or you have to do changes in the selector, that time you use UI Explorer of UiPath. I will copy this and I will just apply this to my element. So remember all of this extra work I am doing just to make you understand better in this first video, and later on we will not be going in this much detail. Okay. So this red circle is coming because we have not clicked back on the highlight. We have to remove this. Now we can close the UI Explorer, right? So we have, and we can just validate this again and again and then click OK. All right. Now let's test only this part. So right click here, set as start node. So we have already, the address is already available, and then we just have to hit on this search button. So you just run this part. So you can see the workflow has clicked on the search button. The page is loaded after search, and you have this next page, which I will be explaining now in the upcoming part of this video. All right, let's go back to our workflow file. Now next is that we have to validate that if page is successfully opened or not. So just to ensure that page is successfully opened or not, what we can do is that we can wait or we can verify if some element which belongs to this particular screen or this particular web page is available or not. So let's say this billing address which is coming only on this screen. Okay, so we can validate this. If it is available, then we will go further. Otherwise, we will write the status as next page not visible. So for that, let's on Control Shift T. After Control Shift T, we have to look for element exist. Okay. So if you want to see that what element exists too, so you can just go to the activity panel, element exists. So you can just put the cursor. So it says enables you to verify if a UI element exists. Okay, so it basically returns that some element is available on the web page or it is not available. So this is the use of this activity. So I will just put this activity here as the design. Okay, so what we can do is one which will interrupt your workflow. You can put a star here. Then you just validate first of all before you are using the selector. You see the element is available. Now, if you want to validate further that yes, which element is available, then you can click on highlight. So it has highlighted the element. So we can use this selector. If you want to, if you want to just remove all of these things and still you want to test this, validate. Yes, it is available still and highlighting the same thing. So I will just click on highlight once again. It is still highlighting the same element. So I think this will be the better selector. I will use this selector in the workflow. So I will close this for now. I will go inside and then I will just change the selector, validate once again before I am finalizing and then click on OK. Okay. So now this will return. Here you can click and control K is the shortcut key. You can create a variable like address page visible. Okay, so this the result will come into this and it always element exists always returns boolean. You can click on this variable and then you will see like it will show you the detail of this variable. So you can see on the left hand side it is showing that address page visible is as boolean. So when you use control K, it automatically takes the type of that variable. Okay, so now what we can do is we can just make this as a start node and then if you want to test it, so what you can do, okay, so let's take a decision. Okay, and then in the decision box, we can use, we can click on this activity and then if you remember the name, it is well and good. And you go to properties. After clicking on this activity, you go to properties and then this is the variable name address page visible. So same variable we will use here. Okay, so to go to properties, the shortcut is Control Alt A. So here is the property panel, and in this you can use the variable address page is visible. It will by default take as true and it will execute the true branch. If the page is not available, it will execute the false branch. Alright, so let's just test it. Control Shift T, right line. Okay. And then you can copy this from here and paste. Use your arrow keys. And then connect this. So, to branch false. Alright, so I am running this directly from here. Page is already open for us. Okay. Now let's run this. So it is running and the execution is completed. Let's see which branch is executed right now. True branch. So you can see the output values of the result of write lines into output panels. True branches executed because we have this element available right now on the page. Now let's do one thing. Go back to home. And now let's check if the element is available or not. So we will run this once again and then let's see which branch will get executed. Flow is waiting for the element to visible, and it will wait for 30 seconds for that element to be visible. If it will not be available in 30 seconds, then it will return as false. But you can control the time. And so let's see the output, and then I will tell you how can you put your time. So you want to wait for only 2 seconds, or you want to wait for only 1 second. So which depends scenario to scenario. So if you just know that element will be very fast loaded, you can wait for 1 second. If you think that element will take time to load, then you can wait for more seconds. So you can see now false branch. So from here, so some timeout. So timeout is the properties of all the UI element in UiPath. You can read more about that. So 3 seconds I would like to wait only, not more than that. And let's run this once again. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So it has waited only for 3 seconds and then given the result that no, it is not available. Okay. So hope you got the flow so far. We don't need this because I have taken off this only for the illustration purpose. We have to delete this and then we will move forward. Okay, so let's do one thing now. So to continue the flow, we have to reach back on the same page. So let's do one thing. Let's just run this workflow from start. Set this first activity as a start node, and then connect this, connect this. And I will, as of now, I will close the browser manually. And when we will have this entire process connected, then there will be a solution for this thing that it will automatically close the existing browser. Let me run this now. Execution is successful in the 11 seconds. So we are back on the same page. Now what is next? That if there are two branches, right? True and false. So if it is false, we will send the output status, not the detailed page is not visible. And if it is true, next step will be that we have to check if this name is matching with the name which we have. All right. So the next for so for that we have to get this name into a variable. So let's do that first in the to branch. So I will create a sequence. To create a sequence, Control Shift T, and you can take sequence from here manually, and now you can rename this sequence as name. The first action inside this sequence, you just double click on the sequence and you will see this screen. First of all, we have to use get text, and I can indicate on a screen here is the element from which we need text. So it is basically taking the entire address. Okay, so we have to break work, and this kind of behavior will depend county to county. So in this, we have to take this and then we have to take the name out. Or what we can do is we can directly check if name is available in the address and then we can go on. All right, and let's rename this activity billing details. All right, and now you are already aware that we have this owner name John and Carrie. So what we will do is you can try more and more combinations, and you can make a sophisticated function also here or sophisticated loop. But what I will do for now, just for the basic illustration, I will be taking the first name out of the entire name all the time. So first name is John basically. So for that, what I will do is I will take a assign activity and I will rename this assign activity at name. Okay, so we will get this value in owner name, and then on this value, let's go to the properties. You can go to properties from here also, and I will be using shortcut Control Alt A. So let's create a variable using Control K here. First name like that. So these variables are different county to county because the behavior of each county is different. I will just cut this from here, select completely and Control X, and then I will use a split function. This is the default function of the .NET class, and then I can paste the string which we have to split. So we have to split this owner name. If you go to variables by one space, right? And then we have to take the first part of this string, all right, and then click OK. So let me show you the variable detail once again. So the first owner, this is the owner name which is just created for this particular sequence, and then this is our input owner name. So owner first name is coming when we are breaking this with a space, this value, John and Carrie, and then we are assigning that to owner first name. Hope this is clear to you. Let me show you this entire formula once again. You can use it. All right. Now let's do one thing, that this page is already available, so we don't have to run the flow from start for testing. So what we will do is we will just run this part, set as a start node. You don't worry because this connection is in the opposite side. So if you want, you can delete it, so you are not confused. And then you can just, for testing purpose, use a write line activity and then owner first name. All right, and run this. So let's see if we are able to get owner first name. Yes, it is successfully coming as John. This is coming from our variable. All right. So now we have to check that this first name is available in this extracted name or not. Okay, so extracted name, we have to create the variable here, properties and value, billing details, or we can say like billing details. Okay, so the variable is extracted billing details. Now what we have to do is that we have to check, we have to take a if activity, billing details name, and then if you want you can right click and put annotation and explain. Here we are extracted billing details or not. Okay, so you, the annotation will come like this. If you want to minimize this part, you have to click on this symbol. Okay, so it will come like when you will focus. But how to do that now is, so we have to extracted billing details and then we have to convert that to upper, just to ensure that if input is coming in any form, our workflow is running fine. All right. And then we will use contains. So when we are using contains, we have to check that this is the variable where we are getting that name, the output of this. Okay, right line. Now we have to just contains this, and this also we have to do to upper, so that any case the workflow is not failed. All right. If you want to see this condition properly, I'll just zoom for your reference. So this is how the condition will become. All right. This is the billing address. We have converted the to upper, and then we are checking that if this billing address upper contains the first owner name or not. All right. Let's go back to the same zoom. All right. So if this condition is true, then automatically then part will be executed. And if condition is not true, then this part. If name exists. I am telling you everything in detail so that in coming videos I have to put less effort to make you understand, because the structure is going to remain almost same. Only thing is that we will be changing few variables into upcoming videos. Okay. So if name exists, what we have to do is we will create a variable which will name as, let's create a new variable and name that as owner name validation result, and this will be a boolean type, and this has to be accessed across outside of this sequence also. So we can change the scope to entire main workflow, which is flow due page. So this is the topmost scope in this workflow. So we have changed that. So now what we have to do is we have to use a assign activity and function f2 owner main validation result. Okay, and same activity we can copy and paste here, and the assignment will, when you will click on this, when you will press space, automatically all the variables will come. Owner name validation result is our variable, and we will set it to we are true, and if not, then owner name variable will be set to false. Owner name validation result variable is set to false. All right. Now we will use this result to go further in this workflow. So let's see that come out. Let's do one thing. Let's print first of all. So now we have the variable and we have the page also which is visible. So flow can extract the data. Now we have to check that if we are able to print the result successfully or not. So I am taking a right line activity for that. then owner validation name result dot. This is a Boolean function, so we have to convert that into string. Now let's run and check. So you see it is true because the name is available. Okay. So now we can use this in the decision flow once again. So let's set this here because this is how the flow will go. And then we can use again a flow decision. Here we can change this. I'll just make a short name, flow decision, billing page. All right. So if it is true, it will come here at the side. Now we are validating here in the sequence. If you want to put annotation in this well, okay, and then once it will look like this, you click on this pin icon and it will be undocked. All right. Let's delete this and let's take one more flow decision from activities here. Name match. All right. So you can make this zooming at 90% if you want to see. So what we can do is we can arrange this side. Here we can use go to properties and you can mention like which expression, condition expression. So which variable we want to use. So for condition, we want to use owner name validation result. If the result is true, this branch will be executed. If the result is false, this branch will be executed. Okay, so here let me create one more variable which will be converted into arguments in the later part. And that variable is extraction status. So extraction status will be the final status. So let's say if billing page is not available, then we will set the extraction status as billing page not available. And same thing here, if the flow goes false here, then we will set the extraction status as owner name mismatch. So the variable will remain same or the argument will remain same, but the value of that argument will be passed differently based on the outcome of the workflow. Hope you understood that. So multiple values for the same argument we will be using. And we will be writing this in the same Excel, which I have presented in my previous video. And if you want to see that Excel once again, here is the Excel. So what we will be doing that we will be writing the status here. All right. So the status, these values, those values will come here for each record. Hope you are able to connect. Let's go back. So if name matches, so first of all, we are creating all the true branches and then we will work on the false branches also. What will happen if it is true? Then save X payment info. Okay, so now I will set this as the start node. And what we will do simply, we will just come here and then we will send control P on this page itself. And then after control P, you just once you have to select this as PDF manually. Okay, and then we will click on save. Okay, so these are the manual steps which we are going to do now. Before that, what we have to do, create folder not and save the print screen as PDF. This naming come when alright. So once you will click this, you can undock this by clicking here in this icon. Okay. So what we are doing, we are first creating a folder. Okay, so let's double click on this. So first of all, we have to check what is the naming convention for the folder. So what I will do is, first of all, I will create one more variable, which is like order. Okay, and order folder will be, so I have this RPA project folder. And inside this, my project is available. So what I will do is I will take this as a complete path for now. Okay. And I will just paste here, and that inside this I will give one more name after that due page. Okay, this is the main folder, and then in this what we have to do is we have to add the in owner name. Why we have taken this in? Because in future we have to convert these into the arguments. So right now only you can think like what all we require as the argument, input argument, and then you can change the name accordingly. So owner name, and what we will do is we will replace all the spaces in the owner name with nothing. So dot replace. Okay, and then space with nothing. So this is how the folder will be created. Let me show you the expression once again. So why we are not able to see the variable? Because the scope of the variable is only inside this. So until unless we are not inside, we cannot see that variable. Now you can see this variable here. So I'll just show the entire variable to you. Here it is. Okay, and since we will require this into the next sequence as well when we will save another document. So we have to change the accessibility of this order folder variable, and we can just change this to top workflow, which is flow due page. Now let's come back to the sequence. So what I have to do, first of all, I have to find some element where I have to send the print key. Control Shift T, or you can click here also on this button. Okay. So now send hotkey. So where you want to send the key, you have to indicate that element on the screen. So we want to send the key here on this screen. So you can identify any element and you just click on that element, and because even if we will send the key here, Control P, then also it will be printed, and on any element you can send the key. So let's say I'll just click on this parcel address, and it has come. So we can change like SH, and then you can write tax payment. Right, and what is that key? This Control and P. Alright, so now let's test this part. So this I have already set as start node because This page is already open and the element is also available. So this is our element where we are sending key. All right, now let's run this and check. Yeah, so you can see the key is sent, and if I will open this, this window is available. Once the window is available, you see the default focus is on save. So if I directly hit enter from here and it is save as PDF and I am using Chrome browser. So these are the three things which we have to check. And you can check more settings to do more changes if you want. And just hit enter will show you this prompt screen. So you understood? I have to hit enter after that and then type the folder address here. So that is the next step now. For now, let's just keep it open. And you will find this very difficult to access this window because it is outside of the available window. So for that, there are tech tricks if you want to access two different windows parallelly. So there are different things for that, which I will be covering into the another video. But as of now, for this project, we will be directly sending another hotkey after few seconds, which is enter. So once this is available, we will have sent the control P. So what I will do is I will create one more send hotkey. I will not give any selector because we have to send this key directly on whatever window is available after. I'll just take some seconds of delay. Properties and 00 0 0 I think 1 2 3 4 seconds delay will be enough, and you can see as per your requirement. And then we will send just enter here. Okay, and once we will hit enter, and once let's hit enter once again, and then we will have this file name available. So what we have to do is next step is we have to use type into activity. We have to indicate this on. You can use recordings also here. You can type into, and then you have to, and then for which document we are doing this. So these naming conventions are very important when you are creating very large workflows, and it directly gives you the target element name. So if there is any issue and if you have to search work on that issue, you can directly refer the activity name and you can understand from there. Experiment. This is our document. What is the path which we have to type? Now, first thing that we have already created one variable which is giving us the main folder path. You can change this like this, main folder order folder path. So when you change the variable name in UiPath, the change is applicable across wherever that variable is used. Okay. So we will give this main folder, main order folder plus again the name of the document. What is the name of the document? Or you can directly type here name of the document. Okay, after that we have to use name of the document directly here. Tax payment info. So let me open this into the expression editor. Replace or replace what you want to replace spaces with nothing. So you can replace other characters also, but as of now, other characters are not in scope, so that's not required. And then plus in the end, we have to use .pdf so that it is saving the document in the PDF format. Hope you understood this main order folder which we had already created, and it is also included the owner name if you remember, and then inside that we are giving the document name after a forward slash create which will separate the subdirectory, and then we are using .pdf which will yeah, and then we are adding the owner name just for the differentiation, and then we are saving that entire document as PDF. Okay, now let's try to run the flow from here. So here we require this element. If we are running the flow from here, so this element is already available, which is billing address. Okay. Parcel address also is available on the same screen. So if we will run, if we want to test only this part, then we don't have to run this entire workflow. We can start it from here. All right. Let's run and see. So Control P hotkey is sent. Now it should enter after 3 seconds. It is typing the name. Okay. So hope you have seen the entire flow. Now the question is that what if the document is already available? It will send some error, right? So for that, what we can do is to ensure that if document is is created. Okay, so you got my point that if document is already available, we should delete this before we are saving this. So now since we have already created the pattern or the path, okay, while we are saving, so we can use same path. Let's go back to the editor, and so main folder. So we have to pass this name here. Most important point. So let's say if document is not there, then how can I delete? If document is not there, the flow will not find anything or bot will not find anything to delete. So what we can do is, as an easy option, we can make it continue on error. So even if it is not available and some error will come, it will go on. And one more thing that we have to create this folder. Okay, so for creating the folder, first we have to check that if folder already exists. So Control Shift T, path exists, which is our path, main folder. This is not required because we are anyways deleting the folder. So what we can do is we can directly create the folder. But for illustration, I am just using this also so that you will understand. It might not be required now in this project, but in future projects it might be required. Okay, so now we have taken and then we have given this variable name to this, and we will go to properties, and it returns a boolean result. So when you will do, you will just do Control K, go inside this Control K, okay, and then you can set like path main folder status. Okay, and then after that you can use if condition, and when you use if condition, write path main folder status. If it is true, then we don't have to create the folder. If it is false, then we can just do right here something. Or if you want, you can just skip this step also. Folder, folder exists. Now let's say if it is false, so output of this or the check of this is false, then you can create the folder. So now create file or create folder. So create folder and you can use main order folder. So let me explain this flow once again. We are coming here, we are sending print, and then we are sending the hotkey enter. So let me do the steps manually also. Control P, and then if I hit enter, so this will come, and then we are deleting the document if already exists. After that, we are checking that if path exists or not exist. If exist, we are not doing anything. If not exist, we are creating the folder with the same path. Okay, hope you got my point. And after that, we are typing the path here. And the last is that we have to click the save button. Click save button. And then I will just rename this. Okay. So it will save the document. I have zoomed on 50% and then I am showing you all the activities once again. Now let's go back and zoom for 90. Now let's go back and make the zoom at 90%. We use. So I will save this and then now this is the time to test this sequence. 8 actions are there, you can see here. And I open this file now. So it has sent the key hotkey to the page. Just hit enter and then just typing the file name. So to make the typing faster, I have a trick which I will be explaining in the upcoming videos. All right. So the document is saved. Let's go ahead and check in the folder. RP projects, title search. You have the folder created here at 11:50 and you can see my video timing. All right. Here is my video timing. I will open this. So you can see the customer name and then you can see the file. So the file name is as we have mentioned, like text info and then. So this is the entire structure of the path which we have created. So till here we have taken default and then we have given this name as due page and then we have given this name which is the customer name without a space and then same thing after this uh, like we have used this. All right, hope you are able to connect with the flow. Now next is that we have to save this another document which is the accessment information or any document you can choose for yourself. So I will choose property tax distribution and you can try on any document. And one more thing I would like to tell that in this scope we are using only one record, but in upcoming counties we have to deal with multiple records also. We can just copy this particular sequence. We don't have to do all the activities again. All right, and then we can rename this from properties pane, and we can type save text distribution. All right. So now what we have to do is that this is the default page. So we have never clicked. This text information is the default page. But since we have to come on this page, we have to click on this particular tab. So first step in this will be, I will delete this because this selector will be changed. Or if you want, you can just change the selector. So let's delete for now. And then I will click on this tab first of all, distribution, and I will just go to properties. I will open this and I will check if I have to change anything. So I find that selector is quite stable. It is taking this complete name. And let's rename this text. Okay. And then after we have to again use send hotkey. So why we have deleted this hotkey from the previous flow? Because the element which is visible on this page will be different. Okay. So what I will do is I will find out some other element which we will use to send hotkey for print. Okay. So let's say the accessment here I will use, and I will target this element and then send control P, function F2. You click on this and then use function F2 SH, which is send hotkey print. You can use annotation also, which I will leave you to decide. And then I am sending control and P. After sending control P here, if you notice that all these steps will remain same. This window will remain same because this element is, we have to hit enter. So that step is also same. After hitting enter, we have to type the name, but we have to make the changes. We have to make this change this part. So in the place of text info, we have to use property text distribution. Okay, so let's go back to our workflow file and see. So sending enter will remain same. Send deleting the file. So we are deleting this file, right? So we have to change this. Open the expression and same name we have to use, which is property text distribution. Right? I will copy this name so that there is no mistake. Okay. And same changes we will do. So this is just folder creation. We are not using any file name. This main folder will remain same all the time. This one. But when we are typing, and here we are creating the main folder. So again, this folder is already created. So I think we don't need this part because the folder creation is already done in the first sequence. Delete this. You can delete this. So this path is already exist, and okay, and now we have to do changes here. All right. So in the changes, what we will do, properties, we will go and we will write the same name which I have just copied. Oh, all right. Then again the same save button will come because the window will remain same. So what we can do is we can just do this as set start node. Let me close this window before we start testing this flow. Okay. You can see this typing the details here, property text distribution and dot PDF. All right, so let's see if it has saved the document. It has deleted the previous document, so I think we are doing some mistake. Yes, the name was not changed here. Might be I have not saved it after changing. So let's paste. It is already copied. So let's paste. All right, so I'll show this once again. And the same part I will show in the another flow also before this. For this it is. Here only difference is the naming convention. All right, here it is. That's it. So I will run this once again because I have deleted the document. I have set this. I have set this as a start node now, and before that I have to come on this default page, default landing page. Click and then run. Just click. It will hit enter after 3 seconds. Save. Okay. Now you have two different documents. Let's go inside page. These are two different documents which are saved. This is the first PDF and this is another PDF. All right. So now next is that we have to, now we have everything. When everything is going fine, we have the flow. Now next is that we have to think that when things are not fine, what we have to do. So as I have explained that we have to use one more output argument, extraction status, and the value of this extraction status will be successful if everything goes fine. If let's say owner name is not matched, then it will return owner name mismatch. If the page is not available, then it will return that web page is not available. So now we have to work on that. So we can connect the entire flow now, and it will come here if it is true. After true, it will save this. I have to take this down. So let's say if it is false, we have to create two more sequences here. Control Shift T. Click here on the workflow file. Control Shift T. Take a sequence and you name this sequence as function F2 and name is at name is. So what will you do? Why I have taken the sequence and for better illustration, I think this should be like this. Okay. So what we have, this will be the end. So after this, the flow will exit. So what I have to do is, I am just taking a write line activity for now. It might be some other activities later on. And I am writing name miss, and I am creating one more argument which will be the output argument in the end part of this entire project, which is after 3 to 4 videos. This out extraction result. Okay, so what we will do is we will have this assigned F2 extraction result. So out extraction result value will here will be same value which I have written. I will be using that only here. All right, and this is one sequence. You can copy the same sequence and you can use same sequence here. Function F2 if billing page not found. All right. So what you can do is you can just change the value, but argument will remain same or the variable will remain same. Pi billing page not found. Copy this value and as it is you can. All right. Again, once everything goes fine, you can use this variable here. SU extracted extract result. Okay. So you can use like done or simply done. I just want to keep it simple. Done. Okay. So you can write annotation set extraction status when billing page not found. Set extraction result when owner name mismatch and just click this pin icon. All right, and then finally if it is success, so the flow is coming here down, then flow is coming here, right? Set extraction result to done when document or extracted as you tool series. Okay, so there are three different status which are going, and these are the endpoints for that particular transaction. So when we will use this workflow in the loop and one by one, so this will be executed for each row in the upcoming part of this project. Okay. So if it is success, this will be the endpoint. If it is failure, this will be the endpoint. So whatever is coming, it is coming as the result. So we come here and then yes, so everything is connected. So just to visualize on the single screen, I'll zoom in my UiPath Studio workflow. You can see the entire structure of this. So you can see, and now this is the time that yes, we should run entire flow. So I will close this Chrome. And now let's run entire flow once again. You can see all these steps are happening automatically now. It's completed. So let me show you. So John and Kerry, and both the files are just now saved. You can see the timing here, and then you can see the timing here in my system. Now what we will do is that we will change the variable names for testing. So as of now, we are doing everything manually, but when we will connect this as a project, everything will happen automatically from Excel. Okay, and in place of Excel, you can use SQL or anything, SQL database or anything. Let's change the name. We will use this customer. Okay, and use this house number, his house number. And these things will be broken by one another workflow, which we will create as fourth video in this project. And then finally, we will take zip code. Right, rest everything will remain same because this also will remain same. County is same, and this workflow is using the variable from here, owner name. So we are taking the owner name from here, and we are using the owner name here. So it will be automatically changed with this variable. I hope you got my point. So this variable is declared here. Now let's first of all let's see there is only one folder as of now, and let's run and check once again. I have to close this, and this closing will happen automatically once we will connect entire project. So now I will run this once again. So our values are set. Let's check. Yes, values are set. Everything is happening automatically from now. Just type. So there is a error. Page is not visible, and we have covered this scenario. Okay, so now let's see what is the output right now. I know the error, so I will tell you purposely I have done this. So you see the output will be, so Flow could not find this billing page. You understand? So the output should be this, billing page not found. Now let's see and check. So output is billing page not found because the page was not available within 3 seconds. Hope you can connect the starting part of this video that we have set the time in properties for this activity, billing page available 3000 milliseconds, which is 3 seconds. So it has come out, and that is the end of the flow. Now the error here is that I have, when I was copying this name, this comma came along. I have deleted the comma now, and I have closed this Chrome. Okay, let's save the changes and run the flow once again. First document is saved. It is on the next document now. All right, let's see. Here is the due page folder. Inside due page, there are two folders now. Just now it is created. You can check, compare this with my timing here and here. All right. And there are two different documents. Let's open the first document. This is the first document basically, which is tax info. So open this document. You can see the name is here also, and you can see the details here for the same person. All right. We have two more counties to be developed, and in this we have handle only one record. So when you search the new record, only one record will come. But in coming counties, we will have like when you search some record, there might be one result and multiple result also. So we will learn more into upcoming counties. Please subscribe to my channel, share my channel to your friends, to your social media groups, so that my videos become popular and it can help more people. That will be definitely helpful for me also. And if you will give me the feedback in comments, that will be really helpful for me. And your likes will definitely motivate my purpose. Thank you very much for your time. See you in the next video of Orange County. Happy learnings. Hello and welcome back to another video of RPA project. I have already done two videos related to this project. The first one is for introduction and the second one is to create DuPage County automation workflow to save document. And in this DuPage County workflow, I have explained many things which are really important for RPA developers. So this is the schedule of each video you can see on your screen right now. And all of these videos will be available on the mentioned dates, and the link of the playlist will be available in the description of each video, so that you can click on that link and reach on the playlist directly. But if you are starting from this video, you don't have to worry about other parts, because you can start from anywhere, and in the end the video number 6 is where I will connect all the workflows. So you can start from video number 1, you can start from video number 4, you can start from video number 5. You don't have to worry about the starting point, but watch the complete video together at one time. Okay, so that you understand the entire flow. Otherwise, you have to do some revisions once again. So there is one more thing, like the structure of the website can change anytime, but the basic concept will remain same. So you don't have to worry if you see some other image or if you see some other structure of the website tomorrow, because these are the county website. They have all the rights to change them anytime. But the basic concept will remain same. How to click, how to check the folder, that will remain always same. Only thing is that your click and typing steps will be changed. You can see in this diagram that county workflow 1, 2, 3. There are three different counties workflow which we will be creating, and the parameters or the variables will be almost same. All right. So what we can do as a best practice, like we will go and we will copy the same workflow which we have created for DuPage County, so that we don't have to create all the variables and entire structure once again. Okay, so this is how you can reuse. So if you see there is a similarity or a major part of the workflow one is similar to workflow two, then you should copy entire workflow. Let's do that. I will go to my project folder. Here is our project folder, this title search, and this is the DuPage County workflow. So we have to give the name with the county name, and reason for that is that when we will call individual workflows, then we have to pass the same name to the arguments also. All right. So what we will do is we will see in this data. So what is the name which we have given is orange. So same name we have to create the workflow also, because when we will run this project end to end, the flow will identify from here that it has to call Miami workflow, or it has to call DuPage workflow, or it has to call orange workflow, because we have different county and different records. Copy it and then now rename it. Now let's open this workflow with UiPath. I am using community version. If you are learning on your company system, then you can use trial version. So UiPath is just opening this workflow. It's open. So this is a DuPage County workflow. So let's first of all change the name here wherever it is applicable. Properties. Okay, so first of all, in this Excel, we have taken all the required URLs. So we will use this URL now. Okay, let's copy this, and we have created our default variables here. So we have, okay, so how to create the default variables, that is explained well in the last video in the video number 2, which is the DuPage County automation video. So you can go, link is there in the description, and you can watch that video. Right, so here is the URL which is changed. Okay, so after mentioning the URL, we have to change these details as well. So which right now we are not changing. We will change in upcoming part of this video. So now let me just minimize this. When you will click on this, it will get minimized variable section. Okay, and now let's remove this part and see that if the browser opening part is working successfully or not. This activity. Yeah, so it has opened the browser, and yes, it has successfully opened the county website. Now next is that we used to type address into. So this structure was already built for due page. I am repeating this again and again so that you don't get confused. Okay, we have to just change the selector here. So this was the recording. So we have to delete this entire recording, and then we have to record the part again. So as this is the website, the web recording will work perfectly. So it is web here. So once recording is start, you can just click here, and then you can click on this. It will prompt this window. You can type any test address. Click on the empty field because we want to remove the old values from the field whenever we run this workflow. Alright, and then come back here, click on this, and then hit enter. Okay, after hit enter, this is the only part which is required as of now. So let's escape this now, and when you will escape, you will have this save recording. When you will click on save, this recording will come in the bottom side or somewhere else. You have to drag this to the right place and then rename it REC, which is recording type address. All right. And if you want to test this once again, website is already open, so page is available. What you can do is you can just right click and set this as a start node. So this is connected to start now. You can see connection here. There is no connection from upcoming activities, so it will run only this piece of workflow. So let's remove this first and then run now. So address is typed. Okay, now next thing is that it has to click on that search button which is available on the website page. So let's go there. So this is the old screenshot because we have used same sequence in view page. Now you have to click this and indicate on the screen. Okay, and once you will click on indicate on the screen, then it will come, focus will come. Otherwise, you might have to change the focus using Alt tab, and then you come and click on this icon, search icon. This is the search icon here. Alright, so it is updated. If you want to check the selectors, and you can go to properties and check that selectors are stable or not, because selectors are the main part in your workflow. If there is some part which you think that it will be changed, then you should remove that part or you should modify the selector. To learn how to modify selectors, there is a dedicated video which I have done. You can watch that video. Otherwise, if you have seen the second video of this project, that will be sufficient for this project. If you want to highlight on that field, click on highlight. And it is going right place. Click on the highlight once again to release. Okay, all right. So let's test only this part. Set as a start node. Delete the connection from coming parts. It has clicked successfully. You might see some other thing. All right, no result because the address was not valid address. All right, okay. And you know that how to put these annotations. So let's say if I want to put annotation here, click on the search icon. Okay, so the same way, and you have this icon, pin icon to click here. And in previous video, I have done annotation into all, so you can see all the annotations are already given. So this is how you enter the annotation. In the previous county, we have the scenario that only one result will come or no result will come. So that we have handled from here. So if the billing address page is available, then there is a result available, otherwise no result. But here the scenario is different. We might have multiple results also for one record. So let's see that how to handle that. So I am using only this house number. All right, I will go on this county site and I will mention this. I will search for the record. So you see the table is there. And what we have to do now next is that we have to search for this name. So if you search for this name, you can do Control F and then this pop-up will come and then you can search. So you see that name is still not there, correct? So what we have to do is that we have to go and we have to make this 25. So this everything I am doing manually. So when you will do 25 and search again, okay, still there is no match. So let's search only by the first name. So you have this first name available here. Okay, so the name is correct. Now, don't forget to close this window because this will not allow you to work on the selectors. Let's close this. All right. So now just think that how can you differentiate that it is a multiple record output or it is a unique record output. So if it is a unique record, you will not have this table, first point, and then if table will not be there, this second row will not be there. So what we can do is that we can take the selector of this second row and then we can decide that yes, if second row is available, which means it is a multiple record. If it is not, then it is a single record. And accordingly, we can develop the flow for two different branches. Okay, so I will go here. I will change the selector of this billing address to this is from the previous one, previous county. So we will go and let's use UI Explorer for that. Indicate on element here, click, and then let's click on the row number 2. Row number 1 might be available when one record is there, but row number 2 will be available when multiple records are there. So click on this. So you will see the selector. If you don't know much about UI Explorer, then you can watch another video on my YouTube channel. Make a star because this number will change multiple times. So we have to use wildcard wherever we are using the selector. All right. And then you can take this column name for further verification. Again, you have to change this. All right. Now you can just validate the selector before you are using it from here. And then if you want to highlight, click on highlight. Yes, it is going on the right place. Click highlight again to release. Okay. Now you just copy this selector and you can directly use into your workflow. Go click on this element exist, come here and change the selectors. Alright, click on validate. Yes, it is working fine. Okay. What I will do that we have to create some different flow here because in the previous county we have not handled this multiple rows. So let's zoom in from here. I think 70 will be enough. 70%. So here is the window to change zoom. 70%. And then you can select the part of the workflow file and then you can drag this down to create a space. All right. And let's set back the zoom to 100. So now this billing address, right click for rename function F2 and EE is element exist, which is the name of this UiPath activity. And I have given the short name. After that, we have to seek, right? And once we have this, the address is as address page visible. So if you want, you can change the variable name. To change the variable name, if you don't want, then you can use the same variable. To change the variable name, we will come here. We'll make like table page visible. So wherever this variable is used, it will be changed automatically. This is the functionality in UiPath, so you don't have to worry about that. Okay, after that we have to get one decision box, flow decision. So this is how you can search. In flow decision, what we can do is we can check like if rename the flow decision table, and then we can use the same variable which we have just renamed. Get the table page visible. So and go to properties. Okay, so to access the variables, just put a space and then here is our variable table page visible. Okay, after this, let's get to right line activities WR. Drag this to top and I think this space is not sufficient. Copy paste. So to let's test this. I am doing this to test this flow. Okay, here is a table. Not a table. Okay, so we will start from here. We will set this EE as a start node, which is element exist. If you want, you can move this cursor on the top like this. Just drag, hold and drag. Now let's run. So what kind of data is there right now? It is a table. So it should come on this branch. Here is a table. Okay, let's see and let's run and see the result now. Here is a table. Now what we will do is that we will test another scenario where we will use proper address with street name. Let's go on the quick search. Okay, and then search. And then let's run this now and check the result. not a table. All right, so these branches are working fine. Now delete this because this was only for testing. Right line, delete right lines. Right now, next is that we have to start developing the flow. So if it is false, false means that only one record is available on the screen. So if we are on this page, the multiple record page, then also we have to come back on the single record, because let's say I am just doing it manually now. So this is the list of records. So let's say we have to go on this record, we have to click on this, and then you see we are back on the same screen, which is single record screen. All right, so there are only few steps which will come in between multiple records to single records. Okay, so those things we will do into one sequence. So let's create the empty sequence for now. Okay, so sequence seq. Just rename this multiple records table. I will re-explain the entire flow once again, so you don't have to worry about that. So we are just creating this. Okay. So what will happen when we will find single record? Okay, there will be some element which is available. So if you want to re-verify that, you can take one more element exist, and this is this part which I have developed in the previous county. So I will just put that on the side. I will just put this down because this is how the design will go. So it will come from here to that page. So what we will do is we will take one more element exist just to ensure that yes, page is available. Exist. Okay, click on this, go on the top. So if let's say it is unique page, right? This is the unique page branch. If you want, you can change these labels also true and false. You can change this to go to properties, click on the decision box, go to properties, and change this true to multiple table, and you can change this false to this false. You can change to unique. Okay, so if it is unique, just we will come and we will see that if page is available or not, because we have only checked that yes, table is available, and there is something. If table is not available, then the element exists. Element should exist. Which element? Some element which is on that page. So what we can do is we can take the selector of this mailing address on the file, mailing address, and we can go indicate that element on the screen. Okay, all right. And then you can create one variable, if because we cannot use any existing variable from last county, like mailing at exist mailing address. Okay, and remember the name exist mailing address. You can copy the name here if you want, and once it is there, we will take another decision box. Already flow decision is there, so we can use same flow decision in this flow. So what I will do is I will connect from here to here, and then I have to change the variable. I hope you are understanding the reusability from the previous video. So what we have, which exist mailing address. So this is the variable which we are using into this decision box. Okay, so if let's say Now understand the flow once again. I will just remove this start point. So first browser will get open, then we will type the address and then we will click on the search button here. After that, we will see that if multiple records are written by the website or only unique record is written by the website. Okay, so multiple record in the sense the table will come. Okay, and if table is not there, then what should be there? It should be this single record. So here we are. Now I will put annotation when I am telling you to ensure that the other page then multiple records is the property details page only. So let's say if internet is not there or something is there, then it might be the some other thing or some error in the website. So before that, if it is not the table of the multiple record, then we are just ensuring here that yes, it is the parcel page directly. And then once it is there on the true, this is the true branch and this is the false branch. So let's say if that is not the billing address, so that is not the table and that is not the property details page also. Okay, here. So if that case is also failed, then we will set this status. So we can just set status. If so we will set the extraction status as here, I will just change it property page not found. Okay, so what we will do is we have one variable. You can watch the another video, first video, to understand what is this variable. So whenever we will do some action, there will be some end result. So as of now, the end result will be this is the free text. So you can do anything here. You can write property page not found. All right, and then I have used same sequence up in 2 3 places. So once this will go property not found, and then this will and then the flow of the project will move to the next record. This will be the end of this flow in case both the branches are failed. Emphasizing this because this is the important thing to learn. And now the other scenario is that yes, we got one unique record page for the county details. Now what we have to do, we have to validate the owner. The owner is right or not. All right, so how we will do that? So this is the sequence from last county. I will just zoom out back. So here we are getting the details. Let's close already open parcels so that we don't do any errors. Go to quick search and let's type the address once again, just to ensure that we are doing everything correctly. Okay, so now you have details here. So what we will do is, in the previous county we have taken entire address because there was no separate element for name. Now in this county there is a separate element for name. So what we will do is we will take this name and then we can do, let's not do anything, billing details only we will keep, and then we will not change the variable also, extracted billing details. Okay, and then what we had done is that we had split the billing address. Here also we are splitting the name because you see the name is with a space. What we are doing, I'll explain you. So we are, if you want to get in detail, then you have to watch my previous video. I might be saying this again and again because there are so many things which are already done. So we don't have to do extra work. Okay, so split of the address of owner name is here. Okay, I'll close this and then I am printing the owner name, and after that we are checking that if the owner name which is available in our variable, So this is our extracted owner name and the owner first name. So what is owner first name? Which we have taken after splitting the name from the input variable. So let me show you once again. So here was the in input variable, which is a default variable. So I am just coming once again here. I will zoom so that you can see. All right. Now let's see what is this. Let's change the details also here. I will zoom back to 100. Okay, and let's change the variable details now for view page. This is the owner name. Let's take the street address now. This everything will happen into another flow when we will connect all the part of this project. Okay, I think we require zip code also, right? This we have already changed, and this variable I have already explained that we are using owner name here from this variable. So this variable we are creating, the only thing we have to change is orange, because this is the Orange County. So it will create the folder automatically. That flow is inside it upcoming. All right, let's go back. So we have the flow to validate owner name. So inside this, what we are doing, we are owner name validation result is true. So if our name exists, then the result is true. Otherwise, we will set result to owner name validation result to false. Right? And owner name validation result is a Boolean variable. Okay. All right. So these things are from the previous flow only. Now let's do one thing, that if owner name is true, what we will do, and if owner name is not, I'm setting this on 90 again. All right. So we are here now. So owner name we have set here. Once we have the page, we have checked the owner name. After checking the owner name, what is the further action? Let's understand that now. So once owner name is matched, then we have to download the documents. All right. So payment, tax payment info. So if we come down here, we have to take a click activity and click on this first of all. Function F2 to retype. Property features. Then check the selector if any change is required. Come here in the target. In target, come here. Yes, so this will value will change all the time. So let's use wildcard here. Delete that number and put a star. Okay. After that also, okay, and then validate once again. Highlight if you want to check. Yes, it is going on the right. Now release the highlight. Click once again. Click OK. So we have click. Now these are the sequences from previous one. So the print sending print key will remain same no matter which is the page, but the element will change. Okay, so the parcel address is not here. So we have to give the selector for some element which is available in the Orange County. And this is from the previous work automation workflow video, view page county. All right. So let's give the address of this element. We'll click to this. So this will send hot, okay, and then click on this. You will I am putting some delay so that window is loaded, which will remain same. Okay, let's do this manually now. So Control P, this will come, and then when you will hit enter, the focus will be automatically on the save button in Google Chrome. When you will put hit enter automatically, next window will come. So these actions are will remain same no matter how many counties are there or which county is there or what workflow is there. So this is to save the print of a Chrome page, Google Chrome page. So we have this send hotkey, okay, and this is delete the already existing document if it is there. So what name we are using? Let's cancel and see. So I will be using property features. So let's use the same variable, copy from here, or you can just manually type. It is not necessary. And then open. This is from in the previous workflow. It was tax payment. Here we are. So owner name is a variable, so it will remain same. Here we have to do changes. I will replace the spaces with underscore and save. So if the file, the same naming convention or same path file is already exist. Okay, I will just zoom it so that you can see. Then it should delete the file before saving the new file. Open the editor. Okay, so you can see the name. Set back to 100. And now same name when we have to type in this print window. Control P and then enter. Manually I am doing now, so this window will come and so delete, and then we are checking that if path exists, which means if folder exists, then we will not create. How do you get? How will you get to know? So this is the path existing activity, which you can see from last video, and then the output is the main folder status. So if main folder status is true, okay, then we will not create the folder again. Folder already exists. We are just typing one statement which you can skip if you want. And if folder is not available, then we are creating the folder, the main folder path which we have given. So main folder path is from here. Here you can see main folder path. This last is variable. Okay. And then if folder is created successfully now, so now what we have to do, we have to type the complete file path which we have used already here. All right. So what we will change, everything, most of the things are variables, so we just have to rename it first because in this county it is not tax payment info. It is function F. We are saving what? We are saving property features. This is the name. Okay, and then we have to check the value. Go open this and properties and then text, and we have to change this name to property description. Sorry, that is property description, not features. So let's correct here also. Here you will have the display name proper. Okay, now it's correct. So it is just the display name. It will not impact the functionality of your program. So if you want, you can give some short name also, and the save button will remain same as in the previous one. So that's do. There is no change. All right. So if we find that yes, owner name is matched, then we will save the document. And if owner name is not matched, then we will update the output status. Same variable we are using here also. Set the extraction result when owner name is not matched as owner mismatch. Okay, so you see the same variable is owner mismatch. If you remember 10 minutes back, we have set this like same out extraction result to property page not found. Okay, so we have saved one document now, and the document name was in this county. So this will be different in county property description. Now we want to save another document. Okay, cancel. Let's say we want to save this value. Uh, let's say we want to save this market status. First of all, just change the name F2 save market stats. So let's do the changes from the previous video. Click on the property tab. So there, okay, so let's click on indicate element just for the change, and you can directly click on this element. If you want, you should, I will always recommend to have a look on the selectors all the time. In this, okay, so here the tab name is function F2, just rename, click on market stats. So when I am typing this, it is definitely taking more time, but when you do real-time projects, you have to use these tactics so that whenever there is any issue, you can directly refer to that activity. Print, and I'm giving some delay. Hotkey when I am sending, it is so when we are sending print this element, some we have to send this print command to some element. You can send print to this element itself. Now hotkey, once you will do print here, control P manually I am sending, and then it will hit enter. So for enter you don't need anything because the focus will set on the save button by default. So you if you will see we have not taken any selector in send key. All right, for this send key function F2, which is enter on print window. Delete already existing document. So we have to give some name. We have to decide some name now. Go to properties, open the editor window, and let's change the name to market status. Copy this name because we have to use this once again when we will save the file. Now in this step, we are checking if there is file already available. We will delete that file. And remember that continue on error is true. So because it will delete the file when it will find the file. If the file is not there, then it will throw an error. And if we are by clicking this true and by setting this true continue on error, we are telling the flow that even if there is error, it should continue. Type into the folder path. Here also we have to, when we are typing in the folder path, when that print window will come, this one, after sending enter, then also we have to use the same name. Okay. So here, as of now, you can see due page folder is created, orange folder will be created and the document will be saved there. Let's change the name. Status. Now save button will remain same, so we will not do any changes. So hope you are with me. Like, okay, so once we have said saved both the documents, then we have to set this extraction result. So extraction result we will set done. Okay, so three times we have set this status. So let me rename and keep the same name across so that you don't get confused. You see, here we are setting when it is false, and when we have successfully extracted the address, then also we are setting the status. All right, now let's come back to one thing which we have left over. As I have already explained around 10 to 15 minutes back, like when multiple results will come, then we have to come back here and then we have to click on the one record and then we will be back to the same window, which is the single record window like this. Okay, so now let me tell once again. So this is the multiple result. If I will read this, click. Let's say there are so many addresses, right? And you can set this to 25. Okay. And so we have to click on one record. So whichever name is matched, we have to click on that. And then this page will come. So these actions now. So there, if you are watching this video from starting, so unique is created. Now we have to come back to unique after performing certain steps. All right. So which steps we have to perform? Let's see that. Set this to 25 because sometimes record might not be available within 5 records. So do Control Shift T. You will see all the list and we need a select item. Okay, here indicate on screen and you can click on this. So as of now this is 5. Let's just change this to 25. And if you want to test this part separately, what you can do, you can right click and start set as a start node, and let's ensure that yes, element is on screen and run this. So you see the values set to 25. This is working fine. Now let's remove this start node button. Okay, and if you want, you can remove this flow also right now. We have to connect it back when we will run the complete flow. Okay, so once we have this, what we have to do is we have to loop through each row. Once we have 25 records on screen. Okay, so as of now for this record we don't have 25, we have only 5 to 6. You see 4, 5, 6, 7. But still to set the logic, this much data is enough. So what we will do is we will take selector and then we will use dynamic selectors to loop through each row. So let's try to learn about UI Explorer in this video. Click on this and then first of all let's see the pattern of the selectors. So I will click on this line. Okay, so let's take row and column, and column has name also, so taking name is always better. So this is row table row. If you will highlight now, the table row is 2, correct? Let's highlight. So the table is starting from 2, that is clear. Now you see one pattern is there, right? The two different records are there. So we have to see if this is 2, 3, 4, it is 5 and 6 or only 5. That we have to see. Yeah, this is roll number 5. And then let's see the next. It is 6 or what it is. If it is 7, then 5 and this is 5 and 6. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it is 6. So everything is coming in one row. So what we have to do is now we have to create a selector, dynamic selector, and we can select this column name also just to ensure that selectors are working properly. We'll copy this from here. Okay, and we will take the text. So get text, get text. Okay, and get text from where? Function to owner's name. You give a annotation here. Take owner name from the loop. We have to set this element inside the loop, but right now I'm not doing that. I will do first of all. I will do that in some time and then make this like that. Okay. So now you have the element, but there is no selector because we have not indicated the element, right? This, and we are not going to do this because we have created the selector manually. So I am doing this just because you can understand this part also. Let's go to properties, go to selector and paste your selector here in the down window. Okay, you will see all the elements and attributes are available on top. Let's make this as wildcard number change set. And now you have to understand one thing, that this part which is row, this will always be changing because we will loop. Okay, all right, click on OK. And in the coming video I will be telling the different approach for same thing. And then we have to create one element which will be, and we can keep the scope till here only within this sequence. Okay, accessibility we can bind till this sequence. So let's click on this get text owner name, go to properties, do control K, did owner from table. Okay, and then what we have to do, let's print the extracted name. I will take right line activity WRITE search here. Okay, and you can search activities from here also. Then the variable which where we have stored this value is extracted owner name. Extracted owner name from the table. Now just run this part. Only this part I have already set as a start node. Okay, running this. Let's see. So it has extracted the name successfully. Okay, which is the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and the selector, if you will see, what is our selector for the element? This is the element, and you can validate once again that it is 6. Now, what we have to do is, as per the design of the flow, that we have to go in each line and then we have to check that where our owner name will match. So now the next part is that we have to loop through entire table. So for that, what we will do is we'll create one more variable, assign, and then do control, this side we will come, and then we will do control K, table row counter, and then let's go to variable panel, and table row counter, we have to set this as integer, okay. After this we have to, the table is starting from 2 loop, okay, so it is starting from 2, right? So now what next is, we have to take a while loop. So what we will do is till 25. So until unless this is the condition which we will give is table row counter is less than 25, then it will running. Okay, so I hope you understand the while loop and do while loop. So it will run till this condition is met. All right. Or let's say we'll make this less than 26 because we are selecting 25 rows. Now next is that we have to drag that print activity, because we have to extract the owner name inside the loop every time for each row. So row number one, then row counter will increase, then again row counter will increase. So wherever match will be found, we will break. Or let's say if next element is not there, then also we have to break the flow, because I have selected 25, but the total result count for this address match is only 7. So the element number 8 will not be available, and the flow will send error, or flow will return error. So for that also we have to think. Now let's go to the workflow. Okay, and cut this from here, Control X, paste inside this body. So it will take the name again and again, and we have to do one more thing, that we have to now change this. Row number 6 has to be the dynamic now, because this will change as per the row counter. So we have to pass the row counter value here. Okay, so now select this like this and do right click. Use variable option will come when you will do right click. Do like this, control, and you can use control K also. When you will click here, it will show all variables which are available, for which are accessible within this scope. So our variable is row counter, which we required now. So just select that. You can delete this 6 also from here, confirm. So now this row counter will change again and again, and the value also, the output also will change accordingly as per the row, this output. Okay, let's come inside the while body. And then after that, we have to increase the row counter by 1. So assign activity we have to use. So once we are in the loop, we have to increase, because then only that condition will be met sometime. Table row counter equals to, if you are not able to get the variable names which you have created, then you understand that there is some scope related issue, means you have to change the scope, which I will just tell you. Okay, so scope, you can see variables here, and if you will create, so this is how you can change the scope. So these two variables, this one, extracted owner name, will be accessible only within this sequence. If you will go out of this sequence, these variable will not be accessible. From here you can change the accessibility of the variables, which is explained very well in previous videos. All right, so you have taken the name and you have increased the row counter. You have to think one thing, that if the row number, we have selected 25 and we have given the range or the value till 25, but if there are only 7, then what will happen? So for that, what we will do is we will create a element exist, means we will first check that if row is available or not. So Same row we are extracting the owner name, and we will be checking the same element. We will not be having any different element. Function F2 and element exist EE if next check next row. We have not taken the selector by indicating the element, we have directly created them. So we will copy from here. You don't have to worry about this red icon of validate because we are using variable here. We are not using exact value, so it cannot find the element. Just copy this. Okay. And then pass into this element exist selector property here. Open in the editor window, paste it. Again, it will not be validated, but you can click again and then okay. Now Control K, and then we will create next row as status. This is a boolean, so automatically UiPath will set the type when you will use this the type of element. Okay, and then what we can do is we can check. And yes, one more important thing is we can set the timing because it wait for 3 seconds. So if it will wait for 3 seconds, your workflow will be very late. 25 into 3 seconds. Let's set the timing for. We can check in the if condition function F2, rename it. If next row found. So how will we see that next row found or not? If this is true, element next row status is true. Okay, then all right, we don't have to do anything. It will just pass. No action is required. But if it is not found, then we have to break the flow here. So whenever you will use any loop in UiPath or any language, it will allow you to use break and continue. So here we are using break. If you are not sure about break and continue statement functionality within the loop, then you can watch my video 9.1 on my YouTube channel. Okay, so we have set this logic, and this also we have to print inside the name. Go here once you extract the name and then paste. So let me explain this flow once again. So we are first checking that if next row is available or not. If it is available, then we will not do anything. And if it is not available, then we will break the flow so that there is no error in the flow one. Once we are continuing the flow, then we will get the name of the owner from here. Okay, and then we are printing the name as of now, and then we are increasing the row counter. Okay, in y1 to move to next row. All right, hope you understood this. Now let's come and see if this is extracting all the names or not. This is the sequence, and we'll come out of the sequence from here, and we will run only this sequence which is already set as a start node. Okay. Right click and set if it is not. Then let me run this now. So you can see all the names. I will just open this. You can have a look on the names. B, Berry, Ares, and these all the names. And then now let's go to output panel and see all of these names also. So I hope you understood how it will look. Now, next is that we have to compare the name. That yes, the name which is our file name does exist. So we will take only one part of the name and then we will test if it is available in the name. Then we will break the flow once again so that considering that that is the final record for us, and then we will click on that. Okay, so let's do that now. And I am comparing only the first name with entire string, so that might be different in the real time project when you will do. So this is basic, so I am not explaining, I'm not going into very much in depth. All right, so as of now we have already given the owner name here. Okay, so we will, and when we will connect the flow, it will come through the arguments. So in owner name. So what we will do is we will just, we have already done that in one more flow where we are validating the owner name here. Okay, and then I will go back to my sequence here, and after in the while, though we have done this already, but still I will do this once again. So we already have the idea now. We will create one assign activity and one new variable like oh, first name from input. What is our input? Our input is in owner name. Okay, so now go to properties, open the expression editor. So what we have to do is split split. We have to split our incoming name in name. Okay, so what is our variable in owner name? And then we have to comma. We have to split that with space. So here is one space. All right, and once it will break into, once the name will be broken into two different parts or three different parts using a space, we are just taking first. So to take the first part of it, it is 0. Okay, so now next is that we have to check that if the name, this owner first name from our input exists in the name which is extracted or not. Okay, and to ensure that if the name is coming in the lowercase or uppercase, it is matching. So what we will do, this extracted name, okay, extracted owner name from table dot to string. I think this is already a string, so dot to upper. Okay, upper dot contains. So we will see that extracted owner name contains this. So inside the brackets, we have to pass the variable input name dot to upper, so that it is always converting in the upper and then comparing. Okay, you can see the expression here. Owner first name, if extracted owner name dot upper contains owner first name dot upper. Okay, then we will have, so show else, you have to click on here, plus if it is true that yes it contains, then we have to break the loop, and second we have to create one status. Control K, table name. We have name match one more there, which is for the unique record. So this is for table, so I am using this table name match, status status. Okay, which we will use as boolean, and we have to access this status outside also, so that we can decide the flow. Okay, so let's change the scope from here. Just click here and come down. So owner name validation table name match status. Okay, so this and this, the meaning is same. This is used for single and this is used for table. Okay, don't get confused in the name. If you want, you can change the name also here, like table underscore table underscore this, and let's have this as boolean, and it will automatically change the name here also. Okay, and then if we have found the match, then we will set it to true, and we will we have to break the flow after setting the status. Let's say you can copy this from here, and let's say if name is not found, then you have to set this as in the else branch false. Table owner name validation result. So here the sequence is not changed. This so we have to set this to top again. All right. Now it will not give error. So true, here it is true, here it is false, and we can access this outside. Just to test this, right line, and that result is table owner name validation result dot to string, because it is a boolean variable. And let's see if it is found. We will run, it is already set as a start node, so we will run from here. It will go on all the records and it will check, and it will write the final status here. Okay, our name, you can see once again, it is here, and the same name I will show you on the screen also. It is here. All right, let's run and see the what is the result. It is true, so it is printed the executed all the previous lines, and it has written true here. If you want to see once again, just go inside and disable this line, control D, and then come out once again and run. It is true. Let's change this back to O, and I will just cut this entire name from here. I will write TEST. Let's run this now. You can see false because that name which I have changed is does not exist anywhere. Okay, so our flow is working fine. So this is how you should test everything one by one. Okay, now we have revised the changes because we have tested successfully. Save. Let me set this to 80. You can see now once it is matched, then what we have to do, we have to click on the same name. All right. So now for that, what we have to do, we have to again open the same flow and go in the name exist. And once name is found, before we are breaking the flow, we can click on the element. So how can we click? We already have the selector because we are using same selector for everything. We are using same selector to get the text also. So same element we have to click from where we are getting the text from this element, right? And we have to click on this element itself. So we don't have to change the selector. We can use our ongoing selectors, which is using this row counter dynamically. Okay, so copy this from here. This is little critical part, so you might have to watch this two time or three times to understand properly. and then we will take a click activity. You don't have to indicate the element again and again if you know the proper selector. Okay, and click serialize. Click on table record. Annotation you can add details page. So once match is found, click on the matched record to reach on the page. So we will click coincide. You don't have to indicate because this is dynamic selector. You cannot give fixed selector, and you already have the selector for that element. Okay, even if you validate, it will not come because it is using this variable. Click on OK now. All right. Let's open this. Let's enable this once again so that we can see the name. And one more thing which is very important, that if you will click here, okay, you then it will always click on the next, because from here you are increasing this. So when you will reach on this element, the row number will increase. So what you have to do, you have to move this down after this flow. Okay. All right. So let's test this now. That does it will click or not on the right element. The small mistake we have done somewhere. It seems there is some error in the flow. So it is not finding the billing details, but billing details are available. Okay, so two, three changes I will do. First of all, let's make this click as simulate and make some delay before here. So I will put 2000. So it is a bit slow, but yes, it will have less errors. But you should not keep too much of delay. 1 second, 2 seconds is idle. Second thing is, let's check the flow from here. It's not able to find this element. Check the selector. Yeah. So here is the issue. This has to be wildcard because this is a changing number. Validate. Maybe that element will come after clicking on this. So let's check this selector. What is the selector here? And then let's change this once again. Validate. Right. Let's check this part also. So when everything is fine, now next is that we have to click on the property features. So let's check the selector here as well before we run. It's not active. So what we have to do, we have to let's use UI Explorer once again. And just to make this proper, we will take this inner text, which might not change. Okay, and then here, if you want, you can just use a star and validate. Yes, it is available. We'll use this selector here because it finds better. Validate, working. Okay. Okay, now let's do the same correction in this coming market status as well. Okay. All right. So, okay, and then this validate. Yes, selector is valid, and there are no changing part seems to be there. So copy this from here. Go back to market status properties. I think this is also corrected. Quite stable now. Check other things not required. Yeah, this change. So we are sending this hotkey on market status itself. So we can use same selector there. All right. Control A, Control C. It's copied to clipboard, and then you can just paste here, validate. Okay. So we have done the required corrections, and now let me close the existing browser and run the flow once again. Address is typed, it is clicked search button, it is on the property page now. Okay, it's saving the first document. Folder creation will happen in the background. Saving the second document. All right. Now let's go and check in the folder. So you can see like folder is created, and you can see the timing here, and you can see timing here also. Yes, it is Christmas. So Merry Christmas to you all. And you can see the documents are saved, and the Orange County folder is automatically created. This is the name of the customer. Here are the related document. Let's open one document. So you can see the name is also correct as per our variables. Okay. So now this was for the one record. Now let me show you for the multiple records. So for that, I will do a small change. Okay, before we run the multiple flow, actually there is a small correction here. We have to delete this branch because it is directly checking here that billing details is available or not. But before checking, it has to go through that element. So the flow is missing that element right now. What we have to do is we have to delete this branch, and we have to drag this little bit down. Okay. As I told you that this website changes very frequently because it is a new website. Here you can see the screenshot. Let's check if there is any change in the selector. Okay, so let's open our UI Explorer. Indicate any element here. All right, so now title is like this. As you have noticed in the previous part of this video, I had already confirmed that there might be some changes. So what we will do as a strategy, like we will keep this property and we will put this star star both the sides. Okay, let's do that now. So I'll go and let's start the multiple record because before it was already same thing. You check all the elements before you run this. So I will remove this. I will make star star and not property search, only property. So star is wildcard. Anything coming before, anything coming after, it will accept. But the property is available in both the selectors. And if you want, you can put completely star also. So you can make these changes across all the elements. Okay. Alright, so I will just complete it and then come back. You can do the changes yourself. Okay, so now the flow is corrected. Selectors also we have changed. So before I go ahead, I have to change the variable data for the multiple records. Let's go to the Excel. So we have done multiple records development using this data, this record. So I'll just change the owner name first of all. Go here in the variables, change owner name to okay, and we have not taken any street address for the multiple so that it will find multiple record for that house number. Okay, so go back and take this one 12825. Change here. So these are the only changes which we have to do. Pin code is not in scope as of now. Okay, so let's save this flow here, minimize. All right. Now everything looks fine. We have changed the structure and we have changed the selectors also. So you can have a look once again. How is it going? It is top and it is the multiple records checking, and if multiple records then matched, then it will come here. Otherwise, it will write the status that name is not found. Okay, so let me run this now. I will explain once again when it is completed. Address is type multiple records. It has clicked and expanded the table. Match is found. It is typing the saving the first document now. Now clicked on the market status. Saving the market status now. All right. Yeah. So flow is successful. Now let's go to the folder and check. Here is the record, and you can see and you can open the record. These two files are saved: market status and property description. Open the record just to check the name. Here is the name, and now let's check the name into our file, and better let's check the name into our variable also. Here it is. All right. Hope you understood the entire flow of this county development. And if you are finding this project interesting, please share the link to your friends. If you are not able to connect at any point of this video, you can comment with the timing. I will try to answer and I will try to explain the scenario there. And if you will like my videos, it will be really helpful for me. Thank you very much for your time, and let's meet in the next video. Hello, and welcome back to another video of UiPath RPA Project 1. This project is the title search project, and to understand about the project in detail, you can pause your video here and you can have a look on this matter which is right now on your screen. So this is the schedule of each video you can see on your screen right now, and all of these videos will be available on the mentioned dates, and the link of the playlist will be available in the description of each video, so that you can click on that link and reach on the playlist directly. But if you are starting from this video, you don't have to worry about other parts because you can start from anywhere, and in the end the video number 6 is where I will connect all the workflows. So you can start from video number 1, you can start from video number 4, you can start from video number 5. You don't have to worry about the starting point, but watch the complete video together at one time. Okay, so that you understand the entire flow. Otherwise, you have to do some revisions once again. So there is one more thing, like the structure of the website can change anytime, but the basic concept will remain same. So you don't have to worry if you see some other image or if you see some other structure of the website tomorrow, because these are the county website. They have all the rights to change them anytime. But the basic concept will remain same. How to click, how to check the folder, that will remain always same. Only thing is that your click and typing steps will be changed. So here is the Excel. We will be reading this data, which is property address and borrower name. So you can see in the property address, there is a house number and then street name is there. And then there are few more details. All right. With that, we have details sheet where URL is available. So when we will loop through this sheet, so the next workflow file will be how to break the address into the different parts. So we will require house number separately and we will require street address separately. We will require pin code separately. So how to break, that will be the another workflow. So when we will loop through the first workflow, which is this one, this we will call inside that. Okay, so you will understand how to call a workflow inside another workflow. Then if based on the county name which is available in the data row, we will call any one of the county workflow. So we have already completed two county workflows. First was for DuPage and the second one was for Orange. Now we will be starting this third, which is Miami. So today we will develop the automation workflow for Miami County, and we will search for the address. If the address and the borrower name matches, then we will download few documents. So this is the outline of this workflow. All right, let me show you the workflow which I am talking about. So if I go to my RP project folder, you will see the title search. So inside title search, we have two workflows already. And now we will be creating one more, which is for Miami-Dade. Okay, so let's start. Now from here, we have to understand that how things are happening manually, how actions are being performed manually. Same actions we have to automate using UiPath. Let's open the file first of all. So this is the data for Miami from here, row number 5 to row number 7. Matching with this, we will see the URL in the other sheet. Miami, you can see here. So when we will develop the workflow, it will take the variable value from here, which is Miami, and then it will search for the URL into this file. So let's open this URL into a browser. So right now I am doing it manually. Okay, now let's go to Excel file and go to data. See that what kind of results we get. Copy this address first of all. Okay. And then there will be one validation also that this is the right record for which we are searching or this is not the right record. So what we will do is in our workflow, we will take this name in the variable and then we will check the first name is available in the owner name or not. Okay. So you can see the owner name. The first name is matching, which is the correct record. Now let's go and check with the other address. So in this address, I have purposely taken the only house number and then the city name or the county name, okay, and then I will search. So it will not be a unique search. That's why it will return multiple addresses. So you can see here there are multiple addresses. So one record or multiple record, but everything will come in this table. So this is a table which you cannot see right now. Okay, so single record was also coming in one, and the multiple record is also coming into multiple table data cells. So this is our right record because you see the name here, this one, highlighted one, and you can see the name here. All right. So we will loop through each record. So when we will loop through each record, even if it is one record, it will not go to next because next record is not available. So we will match the name, and if the name is matching, then we will click on the link. In case of multiple, we will go to next, we will go to next, and then we will try to match the name. We will go to next. If the name is matched, then we will break the loop and then we will click on this link. Okay, so this is how the flow will go. So let's start the development now. I will close this and I will go to my folder again. Since we are using common input variables, if you see this, so there are five different common variables, okay, which we will require into all the counties and which we will be using as a argument in when we will call these workflows from main county or main workflow. So let me show you which are those variables. So I will show you that in the Orange County. It takes time to start. Okay, so this is our workflow for Orange County. You can have a look. Now variables. So you see this IN, all these variables are the common variables into all counties. So why I have given IN? Because this will be converted into the input arguments, which will fetch these values from a different workflow and call the workflow which is related to the county name. Okay, so that's why we have to keep same name across. So if you want to copy the workflow and then you want to do it, you can do copy the workflow and change it. So copying the workflow and changing these selectors and values I have explained when I have done the last video for Orange County. Now in this county, we will use the fresh workflow. We can open any of the existing workflow file to create new workflow. Okay, and then click on new and here workflow. So it will take you to the same folder location here, and then you have to change the name. The name should be as per this name, and this name should be as per this county name. So all the county name and the workflow name should be matching because we have to call this any one workflow out of three workflows. So how will we identify which workflow has to be called based on the name? All right. You have to change the template here. You have to select a flowchart. Okay, so you will, when you will go back and see in your folder, there is a workflow created. So what you can do for now, you can just close this from here. And if you want, you can directly go here and start. Right, so it is open now. So first of all, we have to create those default variable which we have just discussed 2 3 minutes back. So these are the default variables which I will be creating first of all. And the default type will be automatically, we have to select this workflow file, then only it will come and create. So you will see the scope is already Miami. All right. And so like this copy paste you have to do for all. So we have all the variables here, and now let's increase the width. You can select the canvas from here, click here. I have already explained the difference between the recording types. So if you are not getting this layout, okay, there is another kind of layout in the modern view and the classic view. So modern view, you can see here, modern. So I am using right now classic. Okay, you can change the views from project settings here. There is a dedicated video for that which you can watch and do the changes if you are not getting recordings. All right, now first step is that we have to open the URL. So which URL? So now for Miami, this is the URL. First of all, I have to assign this to the variable. So click on the workflow again, and I think I have missed the URL variable. So here is the URL variable, and then copy it, Control C, and in this UI path, you can paste. And if you are not getting the value here, it means it has gone to the next line. Come down, come left, like this. All right. Now this URL value, IN URL, we have to do Control Shift T and open browser. Okay, and now I have to set this open browser as start node. Which browser we have to open? We have to pass the link here, IN URL. So what we will do is we will go here, click on this open browser, go on properties. After clicking on open browser, it will show the property for this open browser activities. So you can select here Chrome. Extension should be available into your Chrome. So how to add Chrome extension? There is a different video for that. So as of now, we are closing the browser manually, but when we will combine this entire project, all the workflow file of this project, then the browser will be automatically closed by one activity, which I will, which you will get to know by the end of this project, or maybe in the next video. So I will just run this now. So website is opened in the Chrome browser. It is loading now. So workflow has done its job. Okay, so we have the website opened here. Now next is that we have to type the address and click on this. So for typing the address, I will create the recording. So as I just mentioned, sometimes this icon will not come. So you can use the whatever kind of recording icon is coming here. So as of now, I am using web. It will come record, and then you have to start recording here. Click on this element, type some address, click on empty field, click back here in the text box and hit enter. Okay, now you have to use escape to come out of the recording, save and exit. So I'll just click on this, and then now let's close this browser, test this once again. Browser open, address type. So this has happened automatically. The address is typed successfully. Okay. So now next is that we have to click on this button. So that I will do using click, simple click activity, Control Shift T. So let's select that element. You can double click on this, indicate here, and come on this. Just try to move your cursor around, and when it is very close inside the center of the element, then click on the element. It will automatically take the selector. If this video is the first video for you, in my previous videos, I have explained about how to use UI Explorer to generate selectors for element. So when you will watch my other videos, you will understand this. If you have already watched, then you will be knowing this. All right. So now let's test only this part. Close the browser, existing browser. Now let's see. So you see the page is loading. So there is no address given, no data found because we have not given any address. Okay, so this is the reason. All right. So now let's move to the next part. Next is that we have to assign the address to the variable. So let's take the address from here and street name, sorry, house number. This is house number. House number is here, and this is the street name which is here in the Excel. All right. Now, and before I run this, I have to do changes here. So we will be passing house IN house number. This is inside the recording, and we will be passing IN house number plus space one time plus IN street name. Okay. So I don't have to open the browser once again for testing. So I will set it as a start node, this recording. All right, save and close this manually. You have to do this whenever you test the flow. Run this. You can see the address is written and it has clicked on the button also. And you can see this is available now. Okay, now let's try with the another address. This is the address. Let's change the address in the variable. 321 as the house number, and in the street I will take only Miami County name so that it is returning multiple results. Click. It's already opened. Okay. To delete the existing values, what you can do, you can just check here, go to property, click on this type into, go to properties, and simulate is True, you can make it false so that it is on the front if you want. And empty field is also true. So empty field true in the sense it will clean the existing text. Just save and run it now. So it is typing and yes, it is. Let's click on search. So you can see there are multiple boxes. So what we will do is that we will create the flow for multiple only. And let's say if it will go for let so if there are any number of boxes available or these are the table cells. So any number of table cells is available. Our flow will loop to each cell. Okay. It will go to number one, it will go to number two, number three, wherever it will find the owner name matching, it will break. Or wherever it will find that this is the last block, then it will return that there is no match found. So we will create it for multiple and then we will test it for multiple and then we will again test it for single address. Means these both the scenarios we will test, but we will start building from this scenario. Because of some updates, this has come here. I have to change the project setting. You can also learn parallelly and you just off this modern experience. Will reload the project. It might take few seconds. Okay, now first I want to remove this comma from this. Miami. Then second that should be able to access this container and I should be able to get the text. Once I will be able to get the text, then I will be able to take this parcel number from here and then I will click on this parcel number when name is matching, when owner name is matching. Okay, so let's try to access this. I will take get text activity here, minimize this, go to activities, take get text. So I can double click on this card and this is the one way, but we have to have the proper selector for this. Let's click on this and then create one variable which will name as container text. All right. So we don't have to click anywhere. We can just set this activity as the start node because page is already available. And then let's try to write the text here. Yes, we are able to get it. But now let's see if what we have to change because we have to use the same selector and we have to go to all the containers in a loop. So let's check the selector now. So IDX is 2 here. If I make it 3, so once it is 2, let's do validate highlight. It's going here. Now let's change it to 3. Validate. It's going on third one. Let me show you. Here it is going. So just for your knowledge, if I just remove this one, CSS selector part, then validate. So it is not taking it. If you want to use UI Explorer, which I will prefer to use for better selector and the stable selectors. So let's Copy this. Now I will tell you how to create selectors. So you can see, so you just open this UI Explorer, indicate on this element, let's indicate on this card and see. So this selector is very complicated selector. I don't want this. Okay. So when I test this now and highlight, it's going on the right place. When I change this for validate, I highlight, it's going it's going inside the box, which I don't want. So now let's go and check this element. First of all, I will release the highlight from here. If you want to go using this, you can go and only this index part you have to change. Okay, but I want to go with another way, which is the better way. I will just do inspect. If you are not getting inspect, then Control Shift I, come down, do right click on this, and you see this is this div. When you will focus on this div, okay, this is inside another div. So when you come here, this is the div. Basically, everything is inside this div. So what you can do is you can take class. Okay, so if you will see in this selector, first thing is web control. Which type of control is that web control? And what is, so how are we identifying the control? We are identifying the control based on the parent ID. And I take class, attribute as class. Each box, this is unique. So I have copied this from here till here. I will come here and I will just delete this line first. And I will change this. So tag. So again, you can, what is the tag? So here you see the tag name is this div. So tag is div itself. We don't have to change. Now when we will do it one, and then we will validate, it is matching. So web control is the HTML element or HTML control. How you identify that control? We are identifying by class, which is the common for all containers. And then how do you, which one you want? So if there are multiple, you can pass this IDX. Go here. You can see this focus is set to 1. Okay. Now just release the highlight and let's minimize this and then do 2, validate. Yes, now highlight. It is going rightly. Now let's make it 5. Validate and you highlight. So 1, 2, 3, it is coming on 5th. Alright, so this is how you create selectors. Now we will use the same selector here. We'll change this one. This is a little complicated. Control A, Control V, validate, save. So now which data you will see which is there in the 5th, because I am not changing this as of now. We have to do a lot of changes, but as of now, let's test that it is able to take the text out of the 5th container or not. Okay, save. This is to get the text and this is to type the text. Website is available. Yes, it is available. Let's see. Now let's check. So you have the data here, but which data, which container data? Let's come down and see the owner. Owner name is Veronica. So here is the owner in the fifth one. You can see the text here. Let's check once again. It's here. Now, next point is that we should be able to get the text from all of these because we don't know that where is our actual record available. So for that, what we will do is we will use while loop. Let's come down. Control Shift T, the shortcut, while come here. Okay, delete, copy this entire thing, go inside the while loop and change here body while, paste it here. So now whatever we have created to extract the text out of container is inside the while. There are few changes which we have to do. We have to assign the data in the owner name from this Excel file. So as we are developing from this first one, and then we will test this second one, which is row number 6, second for Miami. Okay, so let's copy this now, and then here we have it. That's it. And let's take this also inside a sequence, Control Shift T. And we will name the sequence as, you can give the annotation, click on parcel number. Okay, so we will create a owner status variable, all right, and we will set that to false. So, and then we will go to each container. If owner name found in any of the container, we will set this to true. If owner name is not found in any of the container after looping all the containers, then we will set the owner name as false. So this is the approach which we are going to take now. All right, just click on this icon, this pin icon. Okay, before we go to that, we have to first ensure that this page is available or not. Result page is available or not after clicking on this button. So this is like I'm going in reverse. Okay, so what we can do is that we can identify this element. So use, if you want, you can use UI Explorer and you can click on this element, take the selector. If you don't want to use that, I would like to illustrate the another other ways also. You can do Control Shift T and you can take element exist. So element exist basically will return you that if any element is exist or not. I generally use EE for element exist first card. So if we are able to check that this first card, card number 1 is available, which means that yes, page is loaded. Okay. So what we will do, we will take the selector of this one, and then we will go to properties. You can check the selector once, highlight, and then you can take exist card one, means first card is available, and this is a boolean. This return element exists return boolean. So what you can do is you can take a flow decision now, flow flow decision. Take this decision here. Okay, if it will not be fine, then we will do something. As of now, we will take only the log. So we will write the status also, which I will explain you in the end of this flow. We will write page not loaded. Okay, page not loaded. Otherwise, we will come to this branch. Just creating the space for this. If you want to change the label of this true and false, you can just select this decision box and go to the property loaded, sorry, not loaded. Okay, here you can mention like properties loaded. Okay, now let's, so this variable we have to use exist card one here in the condition. So here when you will click, go to properties again, exist card one. So which means that first card is available. Okay, so since if you want to test it, is not loaded, and here we will just, we have moved it here. This is for the template. This is for the temporary testing. I will take one more log message. I will write the log message here. Loaded. Move this aside. Just test this from here because card is already available. Okay. So if you see, the first card is visible on the screen. Okay. Now let's run this and see what is the result. Which branch is execute? So this branch is page not loaded, and this branch is loaded. Save, run. I am testing this on every step so that you can understand it properly. All right. Now let's check what is the output. It is loaded. Now if I change this page and I come on Okay. Now let's run and check what it gives. Let's see now what is the output. It is still running here. So it will wait for 30 seconds, that it is available in 30 seconds or not. So it is waiting that it is visible or not visible. Execute the branch. So now 30 seconds are completed. Page not loaded because till 30 seconds page was not found. All right. So this is done. Now let's connect and come back to the same page. How can we come back to the same page? We will run. We'll connect everything from here. Close the browser because we are connecting from beginning, so it will open the browser. Browser is open and the address is typed. It has clicked on the icon. Okay. And let's see the output now loaded. So branches are working fine. Read this and delete this, and we are back on the same page where we had left. Here, card page. All right. Let's get back 5 minutes back. So now we have while body, but before getting into the while, we have to create a condition, and condition will be that the next element should be available. So if I will show you the selectors here, what is the changing part? This index is the changing part, okay, which I have just explained 5 minutes back. All right. So now, how will we change the index inside the loop? For that, we have to create a counter. I will take a assign and control K counter, or you can take table row counter. I am considering that all the cards are into one table. Table row counter. I will rather use multiple assign. And the variable which I have created, it will come here. So table row counter. I will assign the value 1, and I will change the type here. I will add another variable, control K, next card status. Means next card is available or not. That I am setting to false. And I will take one more, which is I have to set this to Boolean. And I will take one more, control K, owner match status. And I will take this to false again. And you will click on this and come back here. And again see owner match status is a string. You have to change this to Boolean. Owner match status is Boolean. All right. So these are the three variables which we will require to perform the action. Now you will understand how. Multiple assign where function F2. It is a very good practice to keep changing the name. All right. Fine. So now condition which we will take is as long as next container is available, the flow should run. But this will not enter inside the flow pick. Why? Because we have already set this container status to false here. So we have to set this to true. Okay, now it will go inside. Once it will go inside, how will you confirm that yes, container is available? So we have this function get text from container. So we already have the selector. Selector is what? One address of the element. So we already have the address. We already know that how to find this selector. So you go to properties. Now you have this correct. So we have already taken that if card number one is not available, it will already exit the flow from here. If first card is not available, then it will already exit the flow from here, this side. But if card is available, then only it will come. So now it is for sure that yes, at least one card is available. So it will go inside. It will take the text from the first container. Okay, how will it take? That it will use a variable. Which is that variable? The counter. We have taken the counter outside this while body. You will come here in while. You will come here in the sequence. So this counter first row one is already available. So what we will do is we have to change this with the variable because this is the part which will change. Now you have to just select this 5 completely and then you have to right click on this label when you will see this use variable and then you have to choose a variable which is our variable table row counter and thus ensure that there is no value available because there is no default value for this and then confirm. We will see that this will come. One x inside the parenthesis will come and then the variable will come. So ensure that there is no other value here. Okay, click OK now. So once it will get the text, now we have to print this text after getting it. All right. So what we have to do that before we are going ahead, we have to check that if owner name is existing or owner name is available here, then we will break the loop here itself. We don't have to look for the next container. That is the first condition. All right. And then I am just breaking it now here itself. This is the temporary activities which we are doing. So break activity I will take so that it is breaking here without checking the condition. Set this as a start node. Before I run this, you see the cards are already available. So it will, as of now, just check the first one already. All right. So you can see the data is here. You can see what is the name of owner on the first card. Here is the name and here is the name. All right. So you see this text is not in the proper manner. Okay, and this is very small text which is spread into multiple lines and there are so many tabs because folio one is coming here, folio is coming here, parcel ID is coming here. So just to change this, what we will do is we'll take a assign activity and we will remove new lines and tab. To remove new lines and tab from UiPath, what we have to do is we have to use VB.NET constants into UiPath. So in UiPath, you can use VB language. So what I will do is container text. I will go and open the expression editor. Container text dot replace. To replace new line, we will use VBLF. So L is in the uppercase and then comma. We have to replace that with space. And we have to replace all the tabs also. So you can use replace it here itself. Dot replace once again. And VB tab replace with space. Okay. So we have to put it down before. So we have to print this log message after the changes are done. Okay. And I will again add break here so that it is stopping. Let's save and run it now and check if there is any change. Page is already available for your reference and run it. Let's check the output. So you see the difference is there. So now everything is coming in the one line. We can easily extract the text, which is, and we have to extract the text, this text and this text in the upcoming part. So now one thing, so this is how you add the comment. Control Shift T, command the activity you can check from activity panel also. And then go in the properties, you can write. Now when we have the text available, owner name. So how can we check that the owner name exists into this card or not? We are able to extract the text. Now let's take one sequence. Check first name. Okay, so how we will do that? We will take a if activity. Okay, and first of all, what we require first name. So how can we get the first name? You come here and in the variables, you will see in owner name, and owner name has two different names, and if we will break by a space, we are able to get the first name. So just click on this, assign, create a variable, first name, or better, owner first name. Okay. And how can you get the name? You use split. I will better open the edit expression editor. Click here, go in the properties, open expression editor from here. So we are getting the name where this is the split function. We are getting the name into in owner name, and then so now this is the input string. What is the input variable? Comma, space, and then you have Which one we have to take? So there will be two parts. If we are breaking this owner name by space, two parts, we need first part. First part comes by 0. So here the first name is coming. If you want to see the first name, you can write, this is the temporary log. First name is, right. Now what we have to do is that we have to check inside this. I will rename this once again. When we have first name, if activity we will take. So how can we check? Container text dot upper dot to upper. Okay, because if let's say container text is coming in a small, or let's say our variable is coming in a small and container text is coming in upper. So to avoid those kind of things, better that we compare by converting both the things into upper. Container dot text dot to upper dot contains what it should contain. It should contain owner first name, the variable which we have created. So you can copy the variable from here. Copy, Control C. That also should be in upper only. Dot to upper. So if this condition is matched, okay, then what should happen? It should break the loop and it should set the status to true. Which status? Come out to this sequence, owner name sequence. We have taken owner match sequence, which is false as of now. Copy this variable, go inside the body again, come down, come on this sequence where we are checking the owner name. You can minimize it from here, this double arrow. You can click on the double arrow, it will spread once again and show else. And then take one assign. This is the variable you can paste here, owner match status after taking the assign, and you can set this to true. All right. And after it is set to true, then you break the loop because we don't need this loop anymore. We have got the match. And if it is not found, then what this is your choice that you want to write this log or not. You can write a log. You can use write line also. You can write like not owner not matched in which row or in which card container, and then you can give the row counter, table row counter dot to string. So it will print the message that owner not found in the container 3, container 4, container 5, like that. All right, let's say if this loop is not breaked and owner is not found. So this is if we have found, this will break the loop. Now let's minimize this. So if the flow is going to the next stage, means owner name is not matched, then what should happen? And now we have to check that again, comment, and while So what I have written is, if owner name is not matched and loop is going to the next stage, then what you have to do is that next card is there or not there, you have to check. If next card is there, then you will keep going to the next card. If next card is not there, it is over. Then you have to set that there is no card, and you have to set the status, owner status, to false. Okay, so now let's do that. So when we are getting the text from this element, which means that we already know that where is this element, or we already know the selector for these element. Okay, and using the element exist activity, we can check that if the element which we are looking for is exist or not in advance. So in UiPath, element exist, and where is the UiPath selector for this element? Here. So this is the container. So what we can do is, we can use same selectors. Okay, but before using the same selector, we are not looking for the same element. Now what we are looking, if we have got the text from the first element or first container, now we are looking for the another container, so we have to increase the number, or we have to increase this, so we have to increase this row counter, or we have to increase the index. This is the index by 1. Okay, now let's copy this selector, come down, and before we are searching, we have to increase the row counter by 1, so that assign table row counter. If you are not able to understand this, then you can comment with the timing. I will explain once again. So when we have increased, now we will look for the next one. Okay. Once row counter is increased, then same selector we will paste into this element exist. So now if we have already checked 1, then it will be checking for 2. You remember that we have taken one variable, next card status equals to true. Coming back inside, and we will next card status. All right, next card status. Again, we have to take a if. Next card status equals to true. So you don't have to write true, it is automatically. Function F2. Next card. Okay. If the next card is available, then we will not do anything. We will just write a log for the reference. Okay. And then if not exist, what you have to do? You have to take a break here. Click inside this show else. Click on this sequence plus activity. Break. So owner name status will be already false. So you just have to break it. So now when you are breaking, the owner name status is false. All right. So we will have one final status in all the cases. So if it is false, then we will take some other action. If it is true, then we will take some other action. Now it is time to test this part. We have done the development of this sequence. I will explain after testing. So cards are already available as of now. You can see here. And now let's run this flow. Completed. Open this output. So you can see, let's match the data. So first card number is this 260 ending, 310 ending, 300 ending, 200 ending. Now let's check if these all are coming or not. Come to output 1260, 310, 300 ending here, 200 ending. So if you see the first name is coming George. So this first name is the first name which is coming from here, our variable. Okay. You see the owner name here is George Derer. And if you see the owner name here is George Derer, which is fourth. It is coming on fourth now. And the same name is, you can, if you want to check with our Excel, you can check with Excel, same name. And then the flow has not moved ahead. So it means the flow is working fine. All right. So this is the decision making part. So I will explain this once again. So what we have done is that we have to access all the cards. We have taken one variable, one. We will be increasing this with the selector, dynamic selector. So UiPath dynamic selector is very important thing, because when you automate anything with UiPath, you have to change the selectors dynamically, because sometimes selectors are fixed and sometimes selectors are changing based on their values. So same thing here, the card selectors are same, only the index is changing. So what I have taken this table row counter so that it changes again and again. I have the next card status is to check that if next card is available or not. Owner match is to check if owner is available or not. In this while loop, we are running until this is next card is true. So we have to set next card somewhere false. Or if we are not setting this to false, then we have to break the loop whenever next card is false. Okay, now what I am doing that here I am taking the text from the container. I am replacing the characters, re, so after replacing that in the string, what I am doing, I am just writing that string with the log message just for the reference. You can minimize activities from here. Okay, and then we are validating the owner name. So how are we validating? This is the first sequence inside the sequence. We have split the owner name by space. You can see here. And then we have selected the first part. So when we split anything, it will give us a list of string, and then we are selecting the first part, which is zero index. Okay. Then we are writing that first name. If you want, you can disable this. To disable, right click and disable. Control D is the shortcut. And if name exists, means the container text contains the owner first name. Then the flow will be breaked and the owner match will be set as true, which is happening right now. So owner name true will be used for the further action in the county workflow. All right. Come out of this. So let's say if the owner name was not found and the flow is moving ahead, because in the else side we are not doing anything. We are just letting the flow go to the next stage, and we are just writing one log. We are not performing any action and we are not breaking the while loop also from here. All right. Here. So now what we will do is that we will check that if next container is available. So since we have already checked container number 1, so what should be the next one? It should be 2. So we have increased the row counter by 1 here. We have utilized the same selector which we have take, taken for the text, because action is different but element is same. All right. So this selector we have taken, and you can see the row table row counter variable was there, and same selector I have pasted here after increasing the row, so it will always check for the next one. So once it has checked for the next selector, I am checking that next card is, so element exist will check that the element which you are looking for or which you are targeting is available or not, and it will return you one boolean. So in the boolean we have taken our variable which we have created outside next card status, and we it was default false. So we are checking here if it is available true, then yes, we will move next card to next card and get the okay, and then we will perform the action once again. If it is not available, what we can do is we can set this next card status to false also. Otherwise, we can just directly break it. So if you will use this next card false, then you will not have to use this break because the condition of the loop in the while loop is it will run only if it is next card status is true. Okay, so you can take any of the activity, either next card status or the break. I will disable this for now. You can use and you can evaluate yourself. All right, now let's break this. Now let's move on the next step. So this branch development is done now. If let's say the card is there is no card, so this was for one card that at least one card should be available. So if one card is there or more than one card is there, that branch will go here. And if there is no card, what should happen? I will there is one more default variable I will add into this list. So this is the output out extraction result. So it will so when we will connect the entire flow, it will return us the final status. So if let's say flow is exiting from here, there will be different status, and if flow is exiting from some other stage, then there will be a different status. Okay, so just add this into the default variables, and this will be changed into the arguments in the later stage. So now what we have to do, take a sequence, flow exit, and what we have to do on flow exit, we have to take one assign activity and this variable which is out extraction result. We will set billing details not. If you will see my previous videos, I am using the same status, so I can just write. And before I am writing, along with the writing or along with the returning the status with a value, I can write a log message also. Same thing, billing details not found. So if billing details not found, then it will exit the flow and it will set the status to billing details not found. Fine. So now let's say we have found the details, and now we have to go inside this record. So how we will you will go that you have to click on this element. So now to click on this element, we cannot click directly because this is a dynamic field. So if let's say my matching record is this one, I have to click on this. But if my matching record is this one, then I have to click on this. So now you have to go back 2-3 minutes and then you have to understand that when you were writing the status here, when you were getting the text from here, okay, this detail, this parcel number you can see here also was getting printed into your output file. here. All right, so what you have to do, you have to break this and you have to take this text which is in a fixed pattern. So whenever you find any string and you have to extract any string which is in the fixed pattern, then you can use regular expressions. So now how to use regular expression with UiPath? In UiPath you have a activity, it is UiPath matches. So UiPath matches will return you all the matches for a particular string, and from there you can take first part or the first part of it or the second part of it or whatever you wish to take. Okay, so now first of all we have to see that where we are storing this text in UiPath Studio or UiPath workflow. So we are storing in the container. So we have to change the accessibility. To change the accessibility in UiPath, you have to select that activity, and for that value what you have to do, you have to click on variable. In the container what you have to do, what is our variable? Container text. So you have to search for that particular variable. Here is the container text. So it is by default accessible into entire flow on the top level. You don't have to worry about the variable accessibility. Now go back. Okay, so let's come outside and try to extract this parcel number. So now we will create a sequence and we will name the sequence as function F2. Then so function F2 is UiPath shortcut to rename the activities. So sequence is details. To open details, what we need. So I have to use the regular expression. So the first thing which I need is we have to have a pattern. So create a variable control K, my pattern. Now we have to create the pattern using this text. Let's copy this text now and right click here by to control C. Now let me create the pattern. So 0 to 9, which means digit. How many digits we have in start? 2 digits. And then we have a special character. So this sign denotes the special character. So minus, and how many special characters we have? We have one special character here. Then again we have 4 digits. So you see 0 to 9, I have to change it to 4. Okay. And after that again we have a special character. Which is the special character? This. How many times we have the special character? One time. Okay. And then again we have digit. How many times? 0 to 9. How many times we have? We have 3 times. So this pattern is matched now. But again we have special character and digit. So this will denote special character. I will paste it here, and then I will write how many times it is. One time. Again I have 0 to 9. How many times? 4 times. This is the pattern which we have created. I will just save this, and you will find this regular expression here. I will also share the link. Okay, now let's copy this pattern from here and go to our variable, paste, do Control S to save. And the next is that I already have my complete text, so I don't have to create a variable for that. Now I have to take matches, UiPath matches. So UiPath matches will return the matches as per the pattern. So whenever we want to use regular expression in UiPath, we have to use matches. Now you click on this and you can, if you want to test it, you can select advance and then you can paste your regular expression here and you can take the save it for now and you can take your text from here, put your cursor here, copy from here, again just minimize this, go to regular expression, paste. So you can see this match is found here. This is highlighted. Okay, even if you will have multiple line text, it will give you the highlight. All right. So, but we have our regular expression already available in variable. Okay. So what you can do is just go to the properties. In the pattern, you can pass your pattern as my pattern. Properties. Okay. And you can take results here. Parcel and it control K and then all parcel matches. You can create the variables from here as well, variable, and then you can assign them. So all the variables which I am creating are getting created here itself. Okay, so now you will have all the matches available into this. Once you have the matches, what you have to do is you have to select the first match. Control again, you have to click here, Control K, this side. If you want it, let me show you how to create variable from here and use there. Come here, come down, create variable, extracted parcel number. Let's keep the accessibility till this sequence itself. Okay. Now, how will you get the parcel number? Extracted parcel number from the matches. You have to select first one. So let's say if there are multiple string of the same pattern, you have to target only first. So it is zero. Let me show you same thing in the expression editor. I have to do one change dot to string. Now let's write this log. Write this in a log message just for the illustration purpose. Extracted parcel number. Save. Now let me try to connect this. So we have already set this as the start node because we have to first extract the data, entire data from the containers, and then we will so and then there will be a final container data. Out of that data, we have to extract this parcel number. Oh, there is this zero will come here. right, and there is some issue. Our input is container text. All right, now it looks fine. Let's run this. Since I have closed the browser, I have to run this entire flow. Otherwise, you can test it from here only if your browser is already open, and that those containers are available on your screen. I will delete. I'll right click here, set this as a start node. Let's run. It will happening now. Everything is happening automatically. Close is started. So this is the out result from this flow. Multiple things, and now in the end you have this parcel number available. You see this parcel number. This is the end result. Now if you want to test it once again, you can just set this as a start node, and in this log file let me do little changes. I will open this in the editor so that you can see it properly. I will add plus double quotes two times and extracted parcel number. Okay, so why we are running from here? Because this part is already open, so we don't have to repeat it once again. Let's go here, save, and run. Now let's see. It is running now. Completed. So you see extracted parcel number is this. Okay, so this flow was broken when it found the, I am repeating it again, owner name matched. So once the owner name matched was found, so this was the final text which was there in the variable, in the loop. Okay. So when it is coming, so when it was coming in the loop, it was reading first, owner name not matched, override, read next, owner name not matched, override, read third, read fourth, like that. So when owner name was matched, it was broken, and the final text which was available from this sequence was this. Now, when we have used this regular expression, which you have just seen 2 3 minutes back, that has extracted the parcel number of this address. Now we have this parcel number in a variable. How will you click on this? Come here and you can just open this UiPath Explorer. Click on any element because we will take through variable. So you can just click on this. Now again we will understand that how to deal with UiPath selectors which are dynamically changing and how to pass the UiPath selectors in the variable. So when you have the UiPath selector value, required value, so this is a AA name, and this we are able to extract. That might be changing, but we are able to extract. So we can utilize that variable here. So now this is the UiPath Explorer. You can click on any element and then you can understand the selectors. To correct the selectors, you can select other parts also if you think that it is really required. Once UiPath Explorer generate the selector, you can try and you can highlight. So it is going, you can see here. Okay. Now you can copy this from here, and if you will change this value, you will make it, then it will click on this part also. Let me show you. I'll just copy this. I will change this value here. All right, I will highlight once again. You can see. So the changing part is this. So if we have this is the this is the matched and we have to click on this, we are easily able to extract this from the complete text. Now let's copy this, go to our workflow, drag a click activity. Inside this activity, you don't have to take any screenshot or you don't have to indicate any element. Come here, pass the selector and use variable. Select this entire part, right click, use a variable. Variable is extracted parcel number. Confirm, override default value because we don't have any value. Just confirm and check this that there should be nothing before this X and after this parcel number variable. Click on OK. Okay, now let's check that does it click on the right one or not. Save. So we already have these cards available. Now it has to perform. And let me release this also. Go here, highlight in the UI Explorer, close. So now I will run this. So it should click on this record because our number is matching and the flow will break here and the final parcel number will be this. So it should click on this one now. Let's see. Now, how will you validate? The next page is available, but how will you validate? You can see the parcel number here. You can go back in this video and you can check it has clicked on the right element or not, and you can check the owner name here. You can match this owner name with the file. Okay. So once we have clicked here, now next point is that we have to click on this print button and we have to save the summary report and we have to save this detailed report. And before saving these two reports, we have to create the folders and we have to check that if folders are available already or not. So that we will do using UiPath activities. There are different UiPath activities. If you want to learn more about UiPath activities, please subscribe to my channel. There are so many videos about UiPath. Now let's go ahead. I want to tell you one more thing that we will open the document only if the owner name status is true. So after this, there will be a flow decision. Okay, so let me break this link from here and get a flow decision. Okay, if it is true, it is returning true, then we will go to this branch. And if it returns false, then just copy this flow exit and mention here. You just have to change the value of this argument, which is owner name mismatch. All right, now we have to give that what should be the condition which has to be checked here in the flow decision. So that will be the owner match status is false right now. Then come inside and we are setting it to owner match status to true. So only if the owner match is true, then we have to open that document, otherwise we have to exit the flow. Hope that is clear to you now. So I will pass here. I think that variable is not accessible outside, so we have to change the accessibility. Owner name match status. Come here. Owner name match status. We have to make this available for all the activities. Now we will be able to access that. Okay. So if true, then it will come this side. When it has come this side, now next point is we will create one sequence. Then click on this with parcel number. Click on print, summary report and detailed report. All right. So we will create two different sequences, summary report and detailed report. Function F2 again, report, sequence. I will go in this direction, downside, detailed report. Then I can create one variable here. I want to create variable from here this time. Summary, report, file, path. Okay, and the access should be within the sequence. So how should be the file path? So we had created a variable already, which is, so we have to create that variable main order folder. Okay, so main order folder should be accessible across the sequence. So we have to change the accessibility to Miami. And then how should be the path for that main order folder? So if we go into Orange County, you have this path structure. I'll just copy the main folder from here. So this, and then we should have backward slash plus in, and then the orange name has to be replaced with the Miami. And then folder will be with the combination of the owner name. So that is in owner name. In owner name. And if you want to replace the space, that also you can do. Let me just drag this to side on this side. Replace. You don't want space, then you can replace that with nothing, or if you want to replace with underscore, that you can decide. I am replacing with nothing here. So now the master folder, whenever a record will, so whenever one record will get processed and document will be saved, first the folder will be created this way. In this folder, Miami, and then inside the Miami, there will be a owner name also. So you can see the structure here and notice that this is the variable value in owner name. We might have to do some changes when we will combine this in a complete flow. But as of now, let's develop using only this. Alright, so we have main folder now. Now, first point, what we have to do in order to save the document, we have to click on this print icon. Let's take a click, indicate on the screen this time. We don't, because this is the unique element. Okay, after clicking, there is a pop-up. Okay, so let's give some delay here, delay after. So I will take 2 seconds. 2 seconds means 2000 milliseconds. Let's do the next action manually. Click on this. You will see this pop-up coming in. And then we have to first click on summary report. Let's check the selector. Okay. So if you want to modify the selector, you can open UI Explorer. Indicate the element, summary report, and then take this name. Now it looks fine because name is coming. Minimize this UiPath Explorer, and in this near UiPath Studio, go to selector section. Control A, Control V, validate once. This pop-up is visible. So if you want to highlight also, you can highlight. So it is working fine. Go back, release the highlight, and click OK. Okay, now let's perform next action manually. So click on summary report. So when you click on summary report, this new window will appear. And we have to maximize this window. Okay, so to use maximize window, I hope you understood. You have to use recording. So we will use web recording, and we will click on this window here. After click, we just do escape, save and exit. You have the recording. You can rename the recording. You can rename the UiPath recording, and UiPath shortcut for rename is function F2. And let's keep the name as maximize print window. Right now, minimize, save. Let's close this and run our UiPath Studio once again. We have to close this pop-up as well. Save, run. It has launched. Click. Let's see if it is maximized or not. is not maximized because, and inside this we have to take maximize. Okay, now let's close this print option and close this pop-up as well. Do save, and I have already set this as a start node, only this part. Okay, now run. It has clicked on print tab, clicked on summary report, coming on this window now. Yeah, it has maximized the window, you can see here, right? So once it is done, what is next? I will do this inside the attached window itself. I will click on this print option. Now cancel. Come back to your UiPath Studio. And I will be running this flow from here itself now because we don't require to go from start for the development of this county. So inside this recording itself, what I will do, I will take a click activity and I will indicate this print button. Now let's check the selector also. Okay, so once I will click on print, let's minimize this recording now. Come outside from here. So once I will click on print button, what is next? So now next you will see if this print window available, and you will see that the focus is already set on save. So if you will hit enter here, it will automatically open that save save document window. All right. So let me cancel this, and we have clicked on the print now, and then let's start sequence. So we will wait for 2 3 seconds here. I will go, and the next step is that delay. How much delay? 0 0 column 0 0 column 0 3 3 seconds we will wait so that the document is loaded, and then we will send a hotkey. So we will not keep any selector. Why we don't want to keep any selector? Because the focus will be already set on the print button, and we will send a enter key. Okay, and then again we have to put some delay. So here I am not using delay activity. I will rather put delay here itself. Delay after 1 second we will wait, or let's 2 seconds. Okay, and then after this window will appear. Now hit enter. You can see this window. So we have to type. Now before typing we have to take type into activity. Okay, indicate on the screen, and then we have to indicate this element and go to properties. Click before typing will be there. Click before typing so that focus is set on the right part. So You have seen in my previous videos that this document saving was very slow. So now to make it fast, what we can do is we can create one variable, file path, or let's say the variable name control K I have done, and summary file path. So what should be the summary file path? We already have this master main order folder where we are creating the folder inside the title search folder, and we are adding owner name as well when we are creating the folder. Okay. So now we have a folder with the owner name. Now what should happen? Document name we will stay write as, so this will come because this will go inside the path summary report and then slash once again, not slash, summary report underscore, and then again we will take owner name. We have already taken in the folder. Now this time we are taking in the file, and then after that we will give extension .pt. So this is how we want to save. This value you have already seen 5 minutes back. Okay, and inside this I want to create the file like summary report owner name .pdf. So this is the file which I want. Now what I will do is I will assign this variable value to a clipboard. Set clipboard and summary file path. Okay, and then I will do control P. So when you do control P in Windows, that value get pasted. It might be some other shortcut. So what we have to do is we have to perform the paste action now. So we can use shortcut key. It might be different in Linux, it might be different in Windows, or it might be different in MacBook. So I am not sure about that, but here it is control V. So we have to delete this now. We have to take send hotkey. This control and V, and we have to indicate the element because we have to send the hotkey inside this element. And then you can do function F to rename. You can make this sh and file path window. Okay, and once the that is and once the path is pasted, then we have to click on save. So okay, let me close this now. Let me close this window also to cancel. Close this print window and come back to the main window. Close this pop-up, and this is the entire sequence for your reference once again. If you should not be missing, click on the image, click on the print image, click on summary report, maximize that print window, then wait for the window to be loaded, then wait for the window to be loaded, and then use UiPath hotkey activity to send enter on the print window, and then create one variable, and shortcut for that UiPath shortcut for that is control K. Use and the this is how the structure should be, and then you assign this variable value to UiPath set to clipboard activity, and then you use the UiPath Send hotkey and rename that. Then send Control V and then click on Save button on the Windows File Save panel. Let's run this. So this is the only part. So whenever you do development in UiPath, you should test piece by piece. Okay. So now you can see that in last 30-40 minutes we are doing everything one by one, and we have created so many things. And we have created so many UiPath actions. Now run this. Print, window open, enter is sent, folder is typed, and I think there is some error in the path. So the folder does not exist. Now this is the time that we have to create the folder if it does not exist. And if it exists, we will delete the folder so that all the already available files are deleted. So now let's see how to create file and folder in UiPath, or how to delete file and folder in UiPath. So that folder creation should happen just before we are clicking on the save button. You can do that somewhere else also. And note that we don't have to repeat this folder creation once again. So the first step will be I will search for path exist. So UiPath path exist activity is used to check that if some file or folder exists or not. And in this scenario, what is our folder? Our folder is main order folder. So what we will do, we will check this, and then this returns a boolean. Owner folder exists. Owner folder exists. This is the variable. Now what we will do, it will return, and then we will check in a if condition. Owner folder exists, then what we will do, we will delete this path, main order folder. Why we are deleting that? We don't want any old file to be there, and the path will be from here, main order folder. All right, let's minimize this. If it is not exist, then I'm just writing this log in folder. So if the path is not there, we cannot delete it. That's why we have taken this condition. So if exist, then delete. If not exist, then do nothing. Because folder creation we will do outside of this if. Let's do Control F2, which is the shortcut of UiPath renaming. All right. Now we will create. So in so folder creation will happen all the time. The sequence which is above is just to check and delete the folder if exist. Create folder is the activity in UiPath, and then same main folder we have to create fresh folder. Now it should be saved. Let's check the Once again, yes, it is coming with the name Miami. Yeah. Now let's run. So it should create this folder here till here the folder path. And rest is the file path. So I have already explained the main folder variable. So I have already explained that how to dynamically create the main folder variable using owner name. So highlighted is the owner name. So you can go back 5 minutes and then check the video once again. Okay, now let's close this and let's close this pop-up also. We have to run from here. Okay, so I will run and see. I will run this UiPath workflow and see works fine or not. Saving now. Yes, so there is no error. Which means that folder is created and file is also saved. Now let's go to the folder and see. RP project, title search, Miami. In Miami, you can see the this is our name, owner name, this one. Okay, so this file is saved just now. You can see the timing from here. So the address I had mentioned manually, if you remember. Okay, that's why the name is not matching. So when we will repeat the flow, the name will match. From start, it will come and the name will type. So I have manually typed this address. So this address belongs to some other owner, which is this owner. And if you will see the name matching with this one. So for this address, this is the UiPath workflow is working fine, and the folder is created by UiPath workflow itself automatically. And every data which is there inside the folder path is a dynamic data, which means we are using variables. So any data which is coming from the Excel file will be considered. All right. Now let's come back to the UiPath Studio, and we have completed the sequence of summary report. And before we are coming out, we have to do one more thing, that we have to close this pop-up so that there are not multiple pop-up, so that the focus is back on the main window. So let's enter a activity for that also. We just create a activity separately and test, and then paste that inside. So I'll send hotkey. Where I have to send the hotkey, I will use the same print button here. Alt F4. Let's do that manually first of all. Alt F4. Yes, it is closing. Let I have to. Okay, so Alt. I have to select a key from here, which is F4. All right, and now you just copy this and save this in the end. If you want to take some delay before this, that will be good, but not too much. 1000. So we are done with the summary flow. So almost same kind of actions we have to perform in the other flow as well. So better that if we just copy this one and change some values. Okay, I have copied it, pasted, detailed report. Okay. So now let's change the active actions inside, and we will just change the selector into UiPath activities, and then there are many steps which will remain same, and we might have to change few variable values also. So let's do that now. I have to open the browser once again because I think by mistake I have closed that. So just go details. Copy. Let's search the same address once again. Manually, I am doing these actions because we have already set the start node as that print button inside the documents. I will click on this now. So here is the print button. Now let's come back and open this detailed report sequence. This will remain same, which is a click on the print button, and then this we have to change. So what we will do is we will click on this, and then I will go to my UiPath Studio. Come here, indicate on a screen detailed report. So you remember that we had checked the selector and the name was not there. Yeah, this time the name is there. Save, and then let's see what is the next action. If I click on detailed report, I will again have same similar kind of window. Okay, so we don't have to change anything. That flow will do everything as previously. So it will come here, maximize this, click on the print, which is already done. So let me show you. Maximize the window, click on that logo. Okay, here is the maximize. Same actions and come down. Delay to wait for the window. Send hotkey, which is enter key, because the you will click here, click on print, then automatically the save window will come, the print preview, and the focus will be already on save. So same, all these steps are same which we have done in the last sequence to save summary report. Now the change is here. So this is the summary file path. Okay. So now here we have to create one more variable, which is detailed file path, and we have to change this detailed file path here, and then we have to again send the hotkey control V when it is saving, and this path exist and delete folder. If folder exists will not happen because we have already checked in the previous sequence that if path exists, then path exists in the sense folder exists, then delete the folder. If we will delete the folder here also, then the document which was saved, the summary document, that also will be deleted. I'm repeating this again. We have already done old folder deletion and creating new folder, so we don't have to do same thing again here. So we can delete this. If we will do same thing to delete the folder, then the file which is summary report also will be deleted, which we have just saved in the previous sequence. I will delete this activity. I will delete this activity. I will delete this UiPath create folder activity also. It will come from here. And then we have saved it. We have to again close the window. Now let's save it, come outside, and set this as the start node. I will make this to 80% because now flow has become little wider. So you can see the entire flow. So this is a start node. This should click, and I have to close this pop-up. I have to, which I have opened manually. And I have to close this window also, print window also. Okay, now let's run this UiPath workflow. Save. It will click on the print, click on the detailed, maximize the window, save. And I have done a mistake that I have not changed the name. So this is already exist. So what I have to do, cancel, and I have to hold my workflow. Name I have to change here in the variable. I have changed the variable, but I have not changed the name here. So summary report, it will not be summary report, it will be detailed report. So we had already saved detail. Now save it, and I have to close this window again. Okay. Now let's run this. It is happening. It has hit enter, typing the name, detailed report, right? Close the window. One step which I have missed is to close this pop-up in both the sequences. So let's do that now. So after that window is closed, I have to close this, indicate this close button, Control C, go outside and open this UiPath sequence for summary report. And in this sequence, in the end, you can just close this, save. Now let's do one thing. Let's run both of these sequences at one time. So I will close this. I will not close the entire browser because we will start from here after clicking on the print button. So I will connect these two flows only. Okay, and I will set this one as a start node now. I will see that the folder and files are available already. So you can see in title search Miami folder is created. Date also you can check. And this is the owner name which is assigned to our variable. And these are the two files. All right. So these are few unused file which I am deleting now. Now you can see it clearly. All right. And let's do see that if this will delete, this folder will be deleted or not. So this is the timing which you can note. I'll just save and run this file from here. Yes, so folder is not deleted. So now when we are checking that path exists, then we are checking for the file. And what we have to check? We have to check for the folder. If folder exists, but here I have selected the wrong option. You have to select folder. And now just save it and connect this flow once again. Yes, page is already available. So let's run and test now. Yes, next document. All right, so we have saved both the files successfully. Now this is the time that we should test complete flow from starting. And if you have, I will delete it from here and I will set this as a start node. Check that all the connections are proper. So this is connected, this is connected, connected, and this is missing. All right, come down. Yes, if you want, you can move it here, this side. Visibility is better. Save and run your UiPath workflow. So now all the actions are happening automatically. Data is loading. Loaded, it has clicked on the card, opening the document. First document saved. Second document saved. Being saved, sorry. Second document is also saved. Close the window, done. So work is done without any error. Now let's try same thing with the another variable, which is this. And let me change the data here. Owner name is double quotes paste. I have come down and then I have changed it. So you can just delete this entire owner name and then paste. Okay, so this is the owner name. It might come in the next line sometime. So you have to use down arrow key to go there and then delete the required line element. Okay, and what is the address for this owner? This is the address. So I will take the address till here till to here. House name plus street address. House number. Okay, so house number I will take first. here, and then the street address is here. Then save. Now let's run this and see the result. Click. If you want, you can do debug also. So it will show you all these steps. It's happening automatically now. Another document, detailed report. Save. Browser closing. We will do when we will connect the flow. Now let's go and see the folder. So this is the in the title search. This is the Miami folder. You can see the timing here. You can see the timing of these reports. And this is the report for Mr. George, and you can see open this and you can see the name here is George. All right. Another document also you can see summary report. George. Now let's go and check for Wilson. So this is for Mr. Wilson detailed report. Close this summary report for Mr. Wilson. You can see here summary report. Summary. So now the last point is when it is saved, we have to set this flow exit as successfully saved. It's like here I am taking done. Extraction result is done. And here also I have to change in the logs as done. Okay. And here let me check. All the log message I have to change. So, so this is when owner name is not matching. Owner name mismatch. I have already changed it. I can use same value here. Okay, I will just save and come out. So I have done the changes when owner name match status is false. I have and then when document is successfully saved, same variable. So you can see this, and this. These are the three branches which will use as the exit branches of this workflow. All right. So hope you have enjoyed this video and you are enjoying this project also. You can see the entire flow right now on your screen. And please share my videos with your friends and on your social media channels if you are finding it good and you think that this might be useful for some other friends also. Let's meet in the next video and then understand how to combine entire project together. We have already done two more workflows, reading the data from Excel and breaking the data from the complete address into house number, street name, pin code, and other details. Now we will utilize those two workflows and then we will call county workflows. So all the county development is completed in this video. All right. So happy learnings. Let's meet in the next video. Hello and welcome back to another video of RPA UiPath project. So I have already given the brief introduction about the project in the first introduction video. And if you are new and you are joining from this video, please go to the description. I have mentioned the link of the entire playlist there. So this is the schedule of each video you can see on your screen right now. And all of these videos will be available on the mentioned dates. And the link of the playlist will be available in the description of each video, so that you can click on that link and reach on the playlist directly. But if you are starting from this video, you don't have to worry about other parts, because you can start from anywhere. And in the end, the video number 6 is where I will connect all the workflows. So you can start from video number 1, you can start from video number 4, you can start from video number 5. You don't have to worry about the starting point, but watch the complete video together at one time. Okay, so that you understand the entire flow. Otherwise, you have to do some revisions once again. Here also I will take 1 minute of time and explain about the project. And if you have already seen the video number 1 in detailed description about the project, then you can skip 2 minutes from here. Now, first of all, you can read all these instructions which right now you can see on your screen. Pause the video here and have a look on all these points. And I will take you to the Excel file for the better understanding. So this is our data. I have taken this data in Excel. You can take this data in SQL table or in your queue, UiPath orchestrator queue as well. So we have to loop through each row of this sheet, and then we have to go to different counties. So you can see the county name is here. There are 3 different counties, and we have created different workflow for each county. And then from here we have to pick detail. We have to pick the URL as a first step. When we have the URL, then we have to break this address. So from this flow which we are going to create now, we will create these common variables. So these are the arguments, and this argument will be used in video number 6, when I will connect all the flows together. These are the 5 arguments which we will use to take the information from one flow to another flow. All right, so you can have a look here. First of all, I need a owner name. So owner name is coming here. I need a house number. So I have to break this address to get the house number. So when I will break the address, I can break through comma, and I can break through space also. And then street name, and then pin code. So how we will take this street name? We will break this address through comma, and then we will remove house number from there, and then we will have the street name. So I'll just select the part, which part I am talking, this one. So if I remove the house number, this part, only this part will remain. So that will become the street address. And then we will take the pin code. So when we have all that information so here I have mentioned more in detail. You can pause the video and have a look on these points. And this is the flow of the transaction. These first 2 boxes we will cover into one workflow, which we are going to create now. So in this UiPath workflow, we will read the data, all 3 columns, and from there we will get 4 values. From those 4 values, we will break the address into 3 more parts. So total count of values will become 7. From these values, we will go to the county, and we will call only one county workflow, which is based on the name of the county which is coming. Okay. And these are the county workflows which are already created. Okay, let's start today's agenda. So I have already created a project in. Okay, so this is the project folder itself. You can open any of the workflow file. If you want to create a new UiPath project, and this is the first video for you, so you can go to home. When you will go to home, you will see this process. You can click on this process, and then you have to select the path, and you have to give a project name. Our project name is title search. So I am just canceling it as I have already created this. I will go back to the workflow file, and we have to add a new workflow file into this project. And we have to add a new workflow file into this UiPath project. So click here. You will see the workflow icon. Workflow. Click on workflow. Click on workflow. And let's name this workflow as, okay, we don't need this sequence. We will take one UiPath flowchart. So Control Shift T is the UiPath shortcut to get activities list. Flowchart. And then you have to rename this flowchart. The shortcut is F2 for renaming the activities. Read data. And just open this flowchart. You can drag this. Okay, now first of all, what we have to do, we have to read the two different sheets, Excel sheets. So I am using UiPath workbook activity to read the data from these two different sheets. You can use UiPath Excel application scope as well. So in UiPath Studio, you will see this activities somewhere. Sometime it will be into newer version, it will be down. Here also you can check. So you can select the activities from here also. You can select UiPath activities from here also. Just drag the sequence here. Name the sequence function F2. So in UiPath or any other development, you should keep naming your scopes. Read, and then connect this sequence here. Take one UiPath read workbook activity. Control Shift T. Sorry, that is UiPath read range activity. So there are two kind of range. One is Excel and one is workbook. I am using workbook here. I have to give the path. You can click here on this icon in UiPath workbook activity folder icon, and then you can select the file. Just check the folder path before you are selecting the file. So if it is in the same folder where project is available, then it will not take entire path. But if it is placed on somewhere else or into some other folder path, you have to give entire path into UiPath read range activity. Now sheet name is details. The first sheet name is data. Okay, and you don't forget to remove this range because we have to read entire sheet. So in UiPath read range activity, you want to read entire sheet, then you should remove this range. Okay, and then copy the same activity, paste here, and then the other sheet is details. You can rename these also. Read range function F2, data, read range. Now we have to store this data into two different data tables. So what we can do is we can either create the variable from here, new variable. So one variable I will create from here, dt, which is data table, data. So what I have to do is I have to read this data table and I can change the scope also from here. Okay, so I will keep the scope into the entire workflow, and then I have to select the type of the variable. So system.data.table is automatically coming. You can browse types from here also. System.data, and then just expand it. System.data.data table we have to take. All right, it will come here when you will click on this, but I have explained that how will you select if there is some other data type, right? So we have stored this. So when you will see, you can assign here DT data. So data which we will read from this activity will output will be stored here. Now I will tell you this other method of creating UiPath variable. You can click on this activity and go into properties. So you will see one section here which is output. Click on this, do Control K. Yes, Control K is the shortcut for variable creation. Then you can give the name DT details. So first table is DT data, another table is GT details. Okay. So this is our first sequence done. So now next is that once we have the data, we have to loop on each row of that particular data. And in UiPath, for each row activity is used to loop on the data table rows. So let's go and take UiPath for each activity or UiPath for each row activity. So here you see when you will drag UiPath for each activity to your workflow, you will automatically get one item variable created, and that item variable will be of table row type. And this side you have to give data table, which data table you want to loop upon. All right, so here is the data table and here is the row item. Now you just rename this body for each. And if you want to add annotations, which is very good practice when you are developing UiPath workflow, so you can right click the UiPath activity, you can go into annotation, you can add the annotation. So all the actions of a particular transaction will be performed within the for each body because we are looping on this data. So everything whatever will happen, breaking the address, downloading the files, saving those files in the folder, and creating the folder, everything will happen for one record. So all the activities whichever will be there in the scope will be repeated for each row. That is why all the actions which will be performed will be inside this for each. So this is very important to note. Okay. Now the first point that we have to read the data. So to read the data, what I will do, I will take one multiple assign activity of UiPath. So in UiPath multiple assign, you can just create the variables, multiple variables, and then you can assign values. So to read this Excel file, we need three variables: borrower name, property address, and county. So let's go and create those variables. Control K, name, which is equals to the owner name in the argument. Add next variable. Control K, property address. Add next variable. Control K inside and county name. Okay, so we have to When we are reading this data, we have to keep these first and the third variable as it is. But from property address, we have to extract some information, which you will see in the upcoming part of this same video. So now, how will you get the value of borrower name from the row item? Just copy the row item. So you can write entire value here. But what I will do is that I will open expression editor so that you can see everything what is happening. So click here on these three dots to open expression editor item, and then you have to give the column name, which is owner name here. Copy from here itself so that there is no scope of mistake. Dot to string. You just copy this line from here itself. Click OK. Go to this. Go to next variable. Property address. Okay. Go to next. Name is column name is county. To string. Just save it. All right. So once we have all these three variables for testing, so just for the testing purpose, what we will do is that we will try to print them. So right line activity of UiPath you take, and in the right line, what we can write is text to display. Name will come in the first variable, which is borrower name, plus the second thing is address, that will come in the another variable which is property address, plus county, which will come in the another variable which is county name. Okay. Come back here, just see it is connected or not. Yes, it is connected. Save the flow, and you can debug the flow from here. You can run the flow if you think that there is no error. But if you want to see the output together when it is running, then you can debug the flow from here. And you will be able to see the output here. Okay, so the error is because the file is open. And when you are using UiPath Excel application scope, then this error will not come. Just close this, stop the flow, and debug the flow once again. So for run, you have to just click here in this icon, down icon, and then you have to click run. But I am debugging now, so not required to run. You will see the output here. The same output will be there in the. Now let's open the file once again for comparison. Okay, so I will just minimize this so that you can see the data. So you can match that all the rows are getting read by the workflow. Now I will go back to the UiPath Studio, maximize, minimize this. So you can adjust the height of this section from here. So there are so many things which I am telling here because this is the first video of the development, and many things I will not be repeating in the upcoming flows. Okay, let's come out. So now the next step is that we have to break this address into different variables. So let's have a look on the variables. So now we have owner name, county name is missing here. So IN county, name. Okay. So we will take owner name, which is already taken. County name is already taken. Now URL and these three variables we required. So let's go ahead and get these values. Come inside the flow, take one sequence. Here just blue to multiple assign. You can minimize the activities by clicking on this up arrow sign. Sequence get variables. Go inside the sequence. Take one assign activity, Control Shift T, Control K, and what we need is, so let me re-explain that what we are going to do. To get the house number and to get the street name, what we will do, we will break this entire address by comma. We will create a variable called first cut. So we will have these two values in the first cut, which is house number and the street number. All right. What we will do second, that we will take the house number by deleting the, we will take the house number by breaking the entire first cut with a space, and we will select the first part as the house number. And then we will delete the house number from the first cut, and we will have this street address, this part of the address. Now, first of all, what we have to do, we have to take a variable which is first cut. Okay, what will be the first cut? So you can use here, you can write the code here also, but I will go to expression editor because I have to visualize for your easiness. So split, split dot, and is in split, when you will hit open bracket sign, you will have this syntax available. You can understand that how many arguments this function required and which is the class of this function. So you can see here is string dot split is the method, and it requires two variables. First one is expression. First one is the string, which is expression as a string, and then delimiter by which you want to break the string. So our string is property address, the variable which we have created, comma. How you want to break this property address? Using comma. So in the double quotes, you have to give that delimiter. Okay, and once it is broken, we have to select which part? First part, which is 0. Okay, so just see once again, break this address through comma and take the first part, which is this part. So we have this part now, the first part before comma. Okay, so from the first cut, what we have to do, we have to break this first cut by space, and then we will get the house number as the first part of that particular split. So just create one more variable, Control K, house number, again split. Let me go back to expression editor so that you can see what I am doing. Split, inside split, first first cut, which, so first cut is our variable which we have just created. and then we have to break that first cut by space, and we have to pick the first part, which is 0. Okay, so we have the house number now. When we have to get the street name, so what we have to do, repeating again and again, that we have from this entire first cut, we have to remove this house number, and then we will have only street address. Okay, so let's go back. Take one new UiPath assign activity. So take one new UiPath assign activity from UiPath activities panel, or you can use shortcut key also, which is Control Shift T. Assign, Control K, street address. Okay, and street address will be, you can write here. I will just write here. So you can write the code here, but I will again use expression editor of UiPath. So here we have to write street address. So we have first cut dot replace. What we have to replace, house number, with what? With the empty string. Okay, so that will become the street address. And we got street address now. And next is zip code and URL is left. So to get the zip code, I can directly take last 6 digit, but I want you to understand about how to use regular expressions in UiPath. So to use regular expressions in UiPath, we have two activities, match and matches. Here we will be using matches because we want to get the values. We just don't want to get the. So first of all, let me show you that how to prepare regular expression for zip code. So I will open regex101.com. I will take any sample address from here. You can copy first address itself and paste. And then first of all, we have space. Create as of now. And then we have digits, which is 0 to 9. And then how many times we have those digits? 5 times. That's it. So you can see that it is selected. So you can copy this pattern from here. Go back to UiPath. You can do it from here also. Just select advance, come down advance, and then you can give pattern. But for the easiness, I will go in properties. I will give my pattern here. This is the pattern. Click OK. And then you have to give your string. So my input string is address, property address. Okay, and it will give me multiple results. So it will return the collection, matches activity return collection of the search results. So what I will do, I will create one variable to store all the results with all all zip matches is the variable which will store all the results. Okay, and from that result, what we will do is we will take one more assign UiPath assign activity, not multiple assign. Then create the variable zip code, and the zip code will be the first value out of the match results. All zip matches, and then first part. uh, okay, so we have the zip code now. Now next is we have to get URL. So to get the URL, what we have to do, we have to take this county name from this table. After taking the county name, we have to go into this table and we have to select this URL. So I will be using link queries. So link is LINQ in .NET, and I have a note of few queries already. So you can see on your screen right now. If you want to save the screenshot, if you want to use these queries anywhere, you can try. So the example you will see just now. So I will use this and then I will change the values. So this is the value, column value, okay, and this is the column name, and this is the row function from here. Before that, it is data table. Okay, so this is how the syntax is. So I will take assign activity first of all. So we have to filter the table. So we will make the name as, we will create a new variable as dt dt filtered table. So dt filtered table will store only filtered results. So now I will come back here. Expression editor. So my table name where my data is stored is dt details, and the column name is county. We have to take this column name, and where from where we are getting the value. So the value should be equals to the county name, and county name is, I will just go once again. So we have read this table first, and county name is coming already in the variable which we have created 4 to 5 minutes back. Okay, so we have to pass this county name to filter this table, details table. So county name from data will be used to filter details table. Okay, so the variable name which we already have is, so since we are using the variable, we have to delete these double quotes, county name. DT details is not declared, so DT details. So we have to come back here and go inside and then check the scope of the tables. So you see the DT data is accessible, but DT details is not accessible in entire flow. So we have to change the scope here. Now let's go back and see. Now that we have created a new variable just now, if you have seen this DT filter table. So we have to change the type of that filter table variable. Whenever we will create a default variable in UiPath using control key, the type of that variable will be set to a string, but we have to change that to data table. Okay, now there is no issue. Second point, which is like we have to keep the accessibility of these all variable in the entire body of for each. So we have to change the scope from here. Okay. So now we have a filtered table. From filtered table, what we have to do is that we have to select this URL. So we have already filtered the table by the county name. So let's say if county name is coming, automatically only this first row will come, or let's say if there are 10 different rows into this table or into this data from with the name of view page, then all of those rows will return. But what we have to do that we have to select the first row item, and from the first row item we have to select this URL out of the filtered table, which is filtered by the county name. Okay. So for that, what we can do is we can create a variable now finally, URL, and go to expression editor, dt filtered table dot dot rows. Which row we have to select? First row, top row, 0 dot item. Which item we have to select? URL dot to string. Okay, so this is how we will be getting URL. All right, so now we have URL also, zip code also we have, and I think all the details we have now. Yes. So now this is time to test that yes, if all the values are coming perfectly or not. So I will just save this and let me check the scope once again. So this scope we have to change for body. I will come back. So inside this one sequence is this multiple assign, one sequence is get variables. Now we will just take one write line activity of UiPath. We will take one UiPath write line activity to print the data in UiPath. And so I will come into this text, display text, and you can use this line name I have written and plus a variable house number plus house number variable. So I think you can see all the details on your screen right now. So these are the variables, and this I have just given the name in double quotes with colon and hyphen sign. Let's run this sequence now. So I will just do save, and then I will close the file before I debug. If you are using Excel application scope, you don't have to close the file. You can see data here. Yeah. Let's go in the output and see. adjust the height from here. You can see the name, address, and the URL. So you see first, second, and third. Three counties are the orange counties. You can see the county name here, county name orange, and the URLs of orange county here. Okay, if you want to match the data from this sheet, you can match the data. It is matching. Just have a look on this. Now come back and compare this. All right. So we have got all of these values which we require to assign to these arguments to call the county workflow as per the design of this project. I will go back. So we have all the details now, all the seven details which will go and we will call the county. So since each record belongs to, since each record belongs to one county, only one workflow file will be called from these developed files. I have developed the county workflows. So if you want, you can just see the county website from here. I will click on another link. I will click on third link. So in video number 3, we will see how to develop this county workflow and how to save the required documents. Same thing we will do here for Miami County, which is in the fourth video, that how to develop the workflow and how to save the data. And same for the Orange County. So we have three different workflows in the three different videos. The link is available in the description. So you can check the link and you can subscribe to the channel for more videos on UiPath projects. If you don't understand any part in entire video, you can just do a comment on my video. With the time, I will explain you in detail. And please share my videos into your social media groups and recommend my videos to your friend. So that will definitely help me and that will help others also to learn UiPath. In the video number 6, I will explain that how to connect all the parts of this projects together. So you have to watch the entire series. It might take little time, but yes, you will be knowing how to create a real-time UiPath project. Thank you very much for your time. Happy learnings. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back to another video of UiPath RPA project. And this is the sixth and last video of this project. So you can pause the video and you can see here that what all we have done in this project. And this is the schedule for all the videos. So you can again pause the video and have a look on all the videos. So now today what we are talking about this video number 6. Connect all the workflows. All right. So here in this folder, you can see that I have already developed three different county workflows and I have already developed one workflow to read the Excel. So how to read the Excel is explained in the video number 5th, video number 5, which is just before this video. So you will get the link in the description for the playlist. You can watch all the videos one by one. Okay, so today we have to work on this read Excel workflow. Okay, so this entire action is being performed on the Excel. So I'll just take a quick review. Okay, so here in Excel you see, so first of all we will take this address, we will take this borrower name, we will take this address, and then we will break the address. We will go on the county website by using URL with this name. Okay, we will do a lookup and then we will get the URL and then we will perform certain actions. Two different documents we will be downloading. So this is the project detail in short. Here also you can see in little bit in more detail. Pause the video and here you can see the entire transaction structure. So here we will get four variable which we will get from the Excel when we will read the Excel, and then we will break that address into three more different parts. So total number of input becomes seven. We will send that information using argument, and then we will call the county workflow. How we will call the county workflow, that is the critical part to understand, because for each record there is a different county. Let's refer back to the Excel. So different counties, but you see the names here. So name which are given here, same name we have created the workflow files as well. So what we will do, we will pass the county name as a variable when we will call or we will invoke the workflows. So we have to invoke these workflows inside this read XML file. And if I precisely say that, here you can see uh, from the last video, this is the revision. So from the last video, we have read the created few variables here, and then we have read that data. After that, we have broken the address into three different parts, which is explained in the video number 5. And then here we are. Now we will have all this information, which you can see in the pop-up which is coming there. I will show you in detail. Yeah. So from the address, we are able to get borrower name, we are able to get house number, and we are able to get street address, we are able to get pin code, county name, and URL. So these are the things which we required to perform action on each county. This is the common design for multiple county. Okay. And from here, we will be passing the data through argument when we will call that workflow here inside the for each body. Take one activity. Let me start doing that. Invoke workflow file. So you have to give the file path here and you have to give the arguments. Now let's go back, open our workflows, and we have already created few variables, common variables which are required. And if you are watching my series from beginning, then you will understand that what are these variables. Okay, we have to, these are the input variables which we will be sending from here when we will call the workflow file. When we were developing the workflows for each county, so these workflows, that time we have assigned default values or hard-coded values to these county workflows, and we have already created the variable with the same name by adding in the start, because that has to become input argument. So in is the indicator for input argument. You can see here as well. Now we have to open each of the workflow and we have to convert these variables into arguments first of all. Let's start. I am opening the first DuPage County first of all. Okay, let's come down. You will see the variable panel here. If you don't see variables, then you have to click inside the workflow. Then you will, all the variables will be visible. So these are the IN. So you can see these IN house number, IN owner name, IN street name. These are the arguments. So when I am repeating this again, that when we have developed these workflows, we have used these as the variable. You can see the default values also here. Now I will just do right click and I will convert them into arguments. So you see variable panel. Now very less variables are there, which was required for the, which depends county to county. And here you can see this, when you will click on argument tab, you will have 5 different arguments. You have to delete all these values. It might take time for you to understand because it is little intermediate level project. I will save this, close. Now I will open Miami County workflow, go to variables, click inside the workflow, select all the IN variables so that you right click, convert to arguments. Let's delete all of this values, because these values will come through the arguments now from the Excel. Now delete it. Okay. Same thing we have to do, save the workflow. Same thing we have to do for Orange County as well. Go to variables, select all IN. If you don't get IN variable, you can click on the name. So by the name, it will be shorted. Adjust the height from here. Right click, convert to arguments. Now you will be automatically sent to the arguments. Delete all of these values, default values which we have used for development. Save the workflow, close the workflow. So first thing is done. Now we have to come back on this Excel workflow which we have just started. Okay, and now we have to, first of all, before this we have to close the browser all the time. So all the time when browser will be opened and we will start new line item from the Excel, then we have to close the browser because we want to start from the fresh window. And there can be multiple ways to handle this as per the project requirement and as per the handling. Let's take a sequence. Control Shift T is the shortcut, and then you can take one kill process and you just give here the name. So if you want to test this before you run, you can just cut this, come in the outside. Don't worry about the error because that is coming. Don't worry about the error that is coming because we have not given any value in the invoke workflow. In UiPath sequence, there is a UiPath activity kill process, and to kill process is used to kill the running processes. So here I have the Chrome open. Now I will just run this from here to test that it will really close this Chrome or not. Okay. Yeah, so Chrome is closed. Now one more thing, that let's say right now Chrome was open, but if Chrome is not running and it is trying to close, then it will send the error. So for that, what we can do in properties, we can do this continue on error. So even if Chrome is not open, your UiPath workflow will continue the progress. Go inside just before the workflow. You can do this. F2 is the shortcut of UiPath to rename the UiPath activities and sequences. Here you can mention close. All right. Now, main part, we have to invoke the workflow based on the county name which is coming in. All right. And when we will invoke, there might be some errors which we have to face. And before I start, I want to do one thing. I want to use this trim because sometime you will have spaces. So in house number, when we are getting house number, if you have seen my previous videos, you can refer all of this very easily. Dot trim. Okay. Here also we will do. All right. So there will be few errors also. There are chances because I have not tested this. So we are looping through each row of this Excel and county name is given here. If you know about the for each activity of UiPath, you will understand this very quickly. Here I have taken multiple variables and this is the variable which we have created county name. From here we have taken this county name column value which is in the loop. Okay. All right, let's come outside. I have invoked this file. We have to give name here temporarily to set the arguments. So you can set by any one XML file, and if you want to open all the XML files, you can do that also. So I'll just show you what I am trying to say. Take this first one, due page.xml. Okay, when you will do import arguments, you will have all of these, and these are same in all the counties. And if you are watching my tutorial from the first video, you will be waiting for this from a long time. We will assign value as borrower name. Here we have taken IN owner name just for the differentiation. IN house number. So here we will take house number. IN is street name. So these are the arguments from the invoked file which we have invoked. Okay, and these are the values which we are assigning to these argument, and these values will be passed to the workflow in form of argument, and then workflow will perform the task which you have seen in video number 2, 3 and 4. Zip code is not required, so here I am passing NA. URL we will pass URL. Okay, so this is set. If you want to check all of those, you can change the name here. Come out, save the workflow file, click on import argument once again. If there will be if there will be variation, you will get an error. Okay, so it is already, because arguments are same in all the workflows, so it will take the values by default. You can change the name here once again to check. Third one is, so now let's import this argument in UiPath workflow file. So in orange also you can see that arguments are already invoked. So hope you understood how to invoke a file with argument. Now we have changed the name, but this name will change with the loop here. Okay. So again, we are changing back to variable value, which is county name plus, all right. Now let's run this and see. You can use this debug option step by step. Before we start this and run this, I just want to do one change, because Orange County takes little time. So first of all, I would like to run for, so because Orange County is the simplest one, so we have less chances to get errors. So I will just put this data down. You can select by shift and down arrow, and then right arrow, control X, come down, select this area again, same, control shift plus. So it will be automatically, so the Excel will automatically adjust. I just save this now, close the Excel file. So I will run this, and you can, if you want to see all the steps, you can debug this. And when you will debug this, you will be able to see the output also. So it has opened the Miami County website. Miami County website is open. Record is also being searched. It has clicked on the found record. There is some error in this county. So let's see what is the error and why it is. I understood. I want to explain to you. But I want to explain it to you. So you see this image, and when since we are killing the Chrome, so this pop-up is coming, and this print is behind this pop-up. Hope you got it. Now what we have to do, we just have to go to the Miami County workflow. Okay, and where is that part? So when we will validate owner name, after owner name validation, we will start downloading. So here we will open the detail, and here we will save summary report, and here we will save detailed report. So when we are saving the report, the error is coming in those sequences. So let's go to this sequence. You see this is the part click img. You can rename the activity when you are developing the flow for better reference. So here what we will do, we will just do this simulate click. So this will become a background click. You can understand the difference in simulate click and direct click from the UiPath document. So this icon we will click two times. Once when we are downloading the summary report, and then second in the next sequence when we are downloading the detailed report. Okay, now save this and close this. And one more thing which I just recalled about DuPage County, let's correct that also. So if you remember that we have to delete the existing folder if existing folder is available before saving the document. And existing folder becomes existing folder is which folder? Here you see the main folder is the existing folder. So what we have done, we have given the entire path and we have given the owner name. So when we are deleting the folder, we have to utilize this same path. Okay. So the mistake which is done here by me is that when we are saving the document, first time we delete the folder before we are saving. So what I did, let's go to properties. Instead of deleting the folder, I have deleted the file. So this will delete the file and folder will still remain there. So what will happen when second time we are going, we have to perform this activity once again. And if we will not perform, then there will be a file already exist, which will be the old file. So solution for that is that this is the folder path, main folder. We have to delete entire folder before we are starting saving the document. And we will do this only in the first sequence because again the second document also will go in the same folder. So since we have already deleted entire folder here, all the documents inside the folders will be deleted. Okay. Now just save this as also and close this. Okay, I will just run once again. If if you are doing debug, you will have all of these steps also. Slow, you click on slow point, so you will be able to see the entire progress. So it started working once again. So it started working once again. Clicked on that icon, clicked on the summary report, saving the first report. Saving the second document, saved. One record is completed. Going to the next record. So this is the example of multiple records. How we have handled this, that is explained well in the video number 4. So you can see the folder typing is very fast here. Folder name typing, which will happen when we save just before we save the file here. That is the use of clipboard, UiPath clipboard activity. Now it will move to next county after this record because this is the last record. So purposely I have kept this name mismatched. So this name will be mismatched. Workflow will wait for the elements to appear that if there are more elements, and then it will write owner mismatch and go to the next flow. So document will not be saved for this particular point. So I will show you the logs or the output panel once this entire process is completed. So this everything is happening automatically from the workflow. So document second document is being saved. So you have to watch the development videos if you want to understand in detail that how it is happening step by step. So in this video, we are just focusing on connection of entire project. This is the third record which is being saved. Now it is moving to the Orange County records. Clicked on the parcel property card, property features. Control P is sent, saving the first document, saving the market status. So you can see what is happening. Watch entire project from the video number one. Then you will be able to connect all the part of this particular video. So this is saving the third record, which is the final record maybe, and you might get this error sometime. You don't have to worry. So you can see all the records are saved. So in the last video, so as per the design of the process, what will happen whenever it is not able to click any selector, or whenever it is not able to click any, whenever it is not able to find right owner, it will exit the flow. So you have seen two examples here out of the 9 records. In the last example of Orange County, there was a pop-up and flow will exit. So that part I have already explained and I am re-explaining it. So if you will see in the second record of Miami, owner not matched. So when you have you might have noticed in the Miami County the third record owner was not matched. So it was waiting for the more boxes, but boxes were not appear. So it has come out. It has sent the output status owner not. So you can ignore my spelling mistake. Owner not matched. Okay, and when we come on the last record, it is showing again owner mismatch because when it was on the owner screen, that time only that pop-up appeared, which we have just closed. So it could not read the owner name since it has given the result as owner mismatch. So this is how you can handle the exceptions also. Okay, and you can save the documents as well. So before I close this video, let me explain you once again the exit point was where. I am opening only one Miami County workflow. So all the layout, so layout for all the counties is same. So the layout which is there for Miami, that is for Orange, that is for UPage as well. I will make it 80% so that you can see everything on the screen. Flow exit. So whenever we will search for one card, which is one record, and that record is not found or page is not loaded, it will come out and it will move to the next action. So the flow will be exit from here. You can look at the design also. You will come down, you will come here, you will do the owner match. So when we have the owner name on the screen, we do the match. If owner name is not matching, then we exit the flow. We don't save that particular document. So these are the 2 points, and the third is the final one. When we complete everything and we come out, but status of the flow we will set out extraction result as done. Okay, so you can write this variable value inside Excel once again. For that, you can which I am not covering in this video. For and for all the counties, we have followed the same structure. There is no change, but action inside the sequences and the selectors are different. So let me show you the folders. So here is the title search folder, and here is the time. You can see in this corner in the right hand side bottom. You can see this folder creation time also. First of all is due page. So let's come here, see due page. So you can note these three owner names and go inside due page. You will see different folders. You will see two documents inside each folder. And development is covered for due page in video number 2. All right, now let's go back. Next is Miami. Let's go here. In Miami, only 2 records were saved because for third record, this record we could not match the owner name. All right, so let's go and check. You have 2 records here. Both the documents are saved. You can check date and time for more for further validation. Now next is Orange. So Orange, you might remember that when we were saving the last document, one unexpected pop-up came from the website. That time it could not match the owner. So let's go to Orange data and see. So first 2 records are saved successfully. You can see and check the documents with the date time. Here it is. All right. So I hope this project was useful for you and I could give you better inputs. You face any challenge anytime in any video, you can mention the time in the comments and then you can write your question. I will try to answer as soon as possible. And please share my videos to your friends. Your like will definitely help me and subscribe to the channel for more projects on UiPath.